as we always want such events to look effortless or even relaxed. They are planned minute by minute, and in this very minute I'm going to start my introduction no matter what, because my scenario says so. My name is Justina Motrenko. I've been employed at the Foundation for more than 10 years now, and I split my time between working as program officer in the International Research Agendas team and leading the awards, fellowships and international cooperation section of the FNP. I will also wear two hats today and combine the roles of mistress of the ceremony and traffic officer. Dear honorable guests, International Research Agenda Series directors, co-directors, PI, postdocs and other team members, representatives of public institutions, journalists and IRAP's friends, all of you who came to the National Stadium from near and far, and those who watch us online today on the Foundation's YouTube channel. Welcome to the International Research Agendas Program Scientific Conference 2023. Let me most warmly welcome keynote speakers who kindly accepted our invitation to share their experience with Centers of Excellence and their views on some aspects of their operation. Professor Andrzej Lupasz is a director at the Max Planck Institute for Developmental Biology in Tübingen, Germany, and the chair of the International Research Agendas Council, which is an advisory board to the management board of the foundation. Ms. Maija Guran is a senior science advisor at the Research Council of Finland. Mr. Kjell Håkan Nerfeldt is the chief strategy advisor at Vinnova, Swedish government agency focused on building and funding innovation systems. The fourth keynote speaker, Professor Stefan Peter Olsen, Chief Executive Officer of the Danish National Research Fund, at the moment is still chairing some meeting in Copenhagen, but shall join us today evening. Now I try to very briefly cover organizational stuff so we can move to much more interesting things. It will not be that important in 5G era. But as the question about Wi-Fi comes up usually within the first 90 seconds of the meeting, I'd like you to know that there is free Wi-Fi here in the room and the login data are on your badges. Secondly, I encourage you to download the conference app so you can follow the program and have other important information at hand. It is available on Apple App Store and Google Play, and the easiest way to find is to tap IRAP Conference into the search bar. The conference is held in English and we provide an English Polish simultaneous interpreting. Headsets are available at the back of the room. Please help yourself. And last but not least, I'd like to inform you that this event is financed by the European Union through the European Regional Development Fund under Axis 4 of the Smart Growth Operational Program for the years 2014-2020, Measure 4.3, International Research Agendas. Hence, I'd like to kindly ask you to sign the attendance list in case you managed to sneak by the reception and did this so yet. And now, without further ado, I'd like to ask Professor Maciej Żyd, President of the Foundation for Polish Science, to officially open the conference.
So it's working? No? Fine. Well, good morning. It's still morning. On behalf of the Foundation, I would like to welcome all of you in this meeting. The abbreviation, which is called IRAP, it actually has a history. Before, we do not have a P as the last. So we went to Great Britain and we said, well, we would like to make a center for IRA. Well, they were a little bit shocked, so we had this P program. Now it looks much better. Anyway, more than 7 years ago, we decided using structure funds, as previous speaker were telling us, to form centers which in the future can become centers of excellence. So we were giving seed money, which in the Polish standards were very big. In the European standards of Max Planck Institute are tiny. But anyway, we expect that those centers will not only conduct science as good as possible, but also will be involved in the introduction of the culture of excellence in managing and creating innovative ecosystems. And actually we will have two talks about this today conducted by our guest. And this is actually a really point which we need to address, because we are trying also to have a new program in the new IRAP units, and all the one could apply, but also this is the open competition for others who want to create such a unit. So we would love to have a situation when this culture of excellence will be more pronounced. And this is one thing. And another thing is that introduction of such structures in Poland was not a trivial task, I would say. And we didn't know, we as a foundation, that we will actually approach to this situation when all the system in Poland is the old one, and it's hard to introduce something new. But we are still facing this situation. So we had friends who help us, and we have an IRAP council, and Andrea Lupus was and is, sorry, there's a past tense, is the and how to manage such a very complicated thing. I can tell you 60% of my work were devoted to those centers. And I have other obligations also in the foundation. So anyway, it was really tough. And this is, and we are really glad that Andrea is with us. And it was already introduced, and I can tell you that we overlap in Max Planck Senate, and one of the duties of the Max Planck Senate is to choose the future directors. And this is, of course, he will maybe tell us about what is the procedure, but anyway, the selection was outstanding because Max Planck institutes hire the biggest number of the laureate of Nobel Prize. So we can learn from them, and I'm asking Andrea to come here. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to be long. Thank you. So I'm not going to talk about the Max Planck Society. What I would like to talk about briefly is that I first came to Poland more than 20 years ago as I just started my term as a Max Planck director at the institute that was back then called Developmental Biology. Today
at the IMMCB here in Warsaw, a new institute. I had no idea what this institute would be like. And I was impressed this was the kind of institute I would have expected anywhere in Europe. And Janusz back then also explained to me how important Maciej's input into setting up the IMCB had been. And I met Maciej first at the EMBO meeting in Crete in 1995, when we were both working on protein quality control and chaperones. And subsequently, I met him again, as he mentioned, in the Senate meetings of the Max Planck Society. He is one of the senators. I was chairman of the section reporting to the Senate about our recruitments. And so I was maybe not totally surprised when in 2016, Maciej asked me whether I was willing to join the board of this new IRAP program. And I looked up the mail just to be sure I'm not saying stupid things. He specifically pointed out that he would like to build a structure akin to the Max Planck Society and recruit people purely on their excellence and build structures around them. And so I gladly accepted, but I was slightly skeptical that this could be done just like that. But then at the first selection of candidates in 2016, I was impressed with what I saw, and I felt, well, there is enough excellence to start building structure around these people. And today, looking back at 20 years of interacting with Polish science, I must say that the progress is very impressive, and that while you haven't yet reached the Max Planck Society, you're on the right track. And that's not only because of the excellent concept of Maciej and of the superb science management offered by the FNP staff scientists, but also it's due to your involvement and your contributing your best science to this project. And let me just say, I'm grateful that I was asked to participate in this, and I'm really excited to hear 2 days of science.
Thank you very much, Professor Lupesz. Thank you, Professor Żnicz, for these welcoming words and setting frameworks for what will happen here today and tomorrow. And now we start with the first keynote speech. Kjell Håkan Elfelt had a turbulent trip from Stockholm yesterday. So we are even more grateful that he didn't give up and is here with us today in great shape. Kjell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And you saw a young Kjell Håkan there. I'm getting older, me too. No, I don't recognize myself when I look in my mirror anymore. I will not talk about fostering excellence. I will talk more about fostering innovations. And I'm very honored to be here, and I thank FNP for inviting me to talk about how to become better in creating value out of research results and knowledge assets, which I think is a really important topic for any researcher. Let me see if this works. There it is. So let me say a few words about Vinnova before I start my hamburger speech, so to say. Vinnova is a government agency under the Ministry of the new Ministry of Climate and Enterprise, and our work is to really promote, mobilize, and fund early-stage innovation development. Our budget is about 3.7 billion Swedish kronor. It's about 1.5 billion zloty, I think. We are about 230 employees. Most of us are in Stockholm, where I'm also, but we have small offices in Brussels, Silicon Valley, and Tel Aviv also. This is our organization. We are a matrix organization where we have 5 areas working with sustainability and societal challenges. And then we have 3 ones that are working with increasing the capabilities and capacities in the innovation system in Sweden. And one of the areas, our ecosystem for innovative companies, a quite new area, which I basically spend most of my time in. So what do we mean by knowledge valorization? Well, it's about creating value out of knowledge assets. But you also need a tacit knowledge. So only relying on codified knowledge assets, it's not enough. You have to bring in the tacit knowledge of yourself as a researcher if you want to valorize or create value out of research results. And why should we bother with knowledge valorization? My view is that creating value for the society and economy should be a responsibility for every researcher, regardless on which part of research, basic, applied, or user-inspired research. You should focus on how do you create value out of your research. That's a responsibility for you as a researcher. In doing so, implies always an interaction with civil society, with industry, with public organizations. And I would say that as a researcher, you always have to ask the question, if I succeed with my research, how will that change society and the economy? That is something that should be answered, and we are getting more and more in Sweden, at least, looking in when we fund a project to really have some answers and hypotheses on this question. But this implies also that you need to interact, continue users, or in some way customers, to verify and validate the hypothesis you build the first one on. And you also need to use your tacit knowledge in creating value out of those knowledge assets or research results that you create. And you have to remember, you don't do it in silos. You always do it in co-creation with stakeholders. And I will come back to that. But since we are working with interaction with industry, we come into two areas that you have to be master and understand very well. One is, I will go back. Before this is a traditional way of interacting with industry, that you have an idea, you create a venture, and then you go to the market with a venture, and the university or research organization gets something back in terms of money. Or you have an IP, you commercialize it, license it, and then you get some royalties back to the university. In Sweden, by the way, the flows back to the university really doesn't exist because the IP is owned by the researchers. We have the professor privilege, which is really something different from almost all countries where you own your own IP. So the money goes back to the researcher if there's any money. But it's much more complicated. This is an example from KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. You have researchers that might go through an incubator with a team, start a company. You might have research results that are channeled through institutes or research and development outside the university, gets into companies. You can have licensing or contract creating between research groups and companies. You can have companies, the research center doing spin-outs or collaborations with different kind of companies, and you can have research companies outside that you, so it's a really complicated picture. And now coming back to two things that really you have to understand in this complicated kind of interaction you have with the market, is that you have to understand state aid rules. Because if you are using public money, if you are a state resource, you are working in a public organization, if you are advising a company, helping a company, you are subject to state aid. And if they are using the infrastructure within the research organization in a subsidized way, you are subject to state aid rules. So you have to understand the state aid rules in applying interactions with industry. And I would say I could spend the whole morning talking about state aid. I won't do that. The second one is the conflict of interest. Do you have any vested interest in the organization you are collaborating with? Through either you have some ownerships in the organization, you have some relationships with your wife or children or relatives or friends that are working in the company. Do you have financial commitments, so you are depending on the money from the company that will influence your way of interacting with the company, or any other interest that might question your ability to stay unbiased? And this is really important. You have to be transparent and open. And for example, I will give an example from KTH once again, how they treat it, because they have training courses in conflict of interest to all their researchers, and all researchers have to sign a mitigation agreement. And there's some examples on those mitigation agreements. for example, that the relationship cannot influence the research or the research result of the publications. You have to disclose any kind of relationship with a company already when you send in the research proposal, or if you have a contract that is signed, or if there's any subcontracts. So that you have to disclose that. You cannot make decisions by yourself on using infrastructure within the university. It has to go through other kind of formal decision-making processes. And this is only part of the agreement. Every researcher has to sign this in order to be able to be open, transparent, and not get into this kind of conflict of interests. Having said those two things, I would like to go into, oh, now I go back. How do I go back? How do we become better in one thing that I think is really important to understand is that I think we in Europe are focusing too much on protecting invention and focus on protection. You should move into a situation where you capture intellectual assets, you claim them, you understand their position in the market, and you control them. Control is the most important part of doing, not protecting, not patenting, and so on. And there's certain misconceptions about IP that I would like to bring out. One is that our patents are relevant to research output. It's not. No, 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 no. Patenting should be a control strategy and handled in a very professionally managed valorization process. Basically, publication is also a control mechanism. Creative Commons is a control mechanism. You control in such a way your assets when you put it under this different kind of control mechanism, where publication is one. The second one is that IP is about protection. No, you don't make money in courts. You make money by having customer pay your bills. So any IP strategy is to focus on how do you create compelling and competitive value out of your assets, and how do you control them in a very competitive landscape. That should be the part of when you talk about IP strategy. The third one is that if you think that your IP is so valuable, it's usually not. It's as a source of innovation, it's overrated in my view. Usually the key driver of innovation is solving somebody's problem or somebody's challenge. And you usually use your tacit knowledge into that. And then you can create a leverage with the IP. But the IP is usually overrated as a source of innovation. So if you go to a research organization and talk about business item patents, you usually get the answer, no, sorry, no, we are so busy with doing our research, we don't have time to do this patenting and looking at business ideas. But if you instead go and ask, okay, do you have any intellectual asset and understand the intellectual asset, you usually find very much. You have data, you have software, you have design, methods, model, inventions, of course. And I was looking into a research group in life science many years ago, and they had a method. They had been understanding how to use the equipment they had bought, which had a huge commercial value, but they didn't understand that. So there's a lot of assets around, and once again, it's about control, claim, and control these assets. And by the end of the day, control is about agreements. My background is I'm a researcher's background, but I've been living in the commercial world for many years, and I was working in the venture cap industry also for many years. And I usually say to companies, if you show me your portfolio of agreements, I will understand the intellectual asset management strategy you have. It's a way of negotiating agreements with funding agencies, agreements with collaborators, agreements when you have a company with employees, with partners, with customers, so on. And what you want to create really is a portfolio. Usually you focus on single individual assets. No, you want to create a strong portfolio around a certain application area. And then that portfolio as assets can be used for research funding. We are looking now into how can we rank researchers by looking at how they treat and what kind of assets they are basing their research on. If you understand the IP landscape, you understand who you're competing and who you are. You have to collaborate. If you start a research in an area which is black of claims, you will have problems in utilizing those research assets. So you have to understand the IP landscape, and you can use them for collaboration. Sometimes you can license them, and sometimes you can create a spin-out out of it. But there's different ways of channeling out the assets and get value out of them. But there has to be a support mechanism in every research organization for helping researchers do this. In the center, I would say that every research organization should understand intellectual asset management and look at the opportunity assessment. Where do I find funding which strengthens my portfolio of assets? You have to understand contract management, which probably is not part of research. So many good organizations, they have specialist experts on contract management, negotiating contracts. Sometimes you have to you can sell it or license it. You need to understand transaction management. Sometimes when I was working a lot in Norway, there was very little life science companies to be selling or licensing, so you had to incubate through spin-outs a lot of the life science results. And sometimes in Sweden, you get money that you use to invest and get stakes in, since we had the professor privilege, and I don't know how it is here, but in Sweden we also have investment management. So that was the first thing you need to learn and apply, intellectual asset management. The second one is you all know about scientific discovery and how to do scientific discovery. I would urge you to also learn and apply entrepreneurial discovery in performing and utilizing research. I would say that you become a better researcher if you understand entrepreneurial discovery. And entrepreneurial discovery is an experimentally driven method, like the research, to create value. And you know, in innovation, most things fail. The outcomes are not normally distributed. Outcomes are powerfully distributed. We live on outliers. Most things fail, and we have to embrace it and understand it. But if we can learn, luck comes if we do a lot of it. So it's an experimentally driven process, and as Saraswati, Professor Saraswati, who I like very much, and she was the prize winner of the Global Award of Entrepreneurial Research 2 years ago. She says that entrepreneurship is not only about starting companies. It's a method, like the scientific method. You can learn it. And if you would learn it, as she points out, if you would start learning it in kindergarten, you would change the structure of society. In the same way as the scientific method changed the structure of society. Shoemakers' children didn't have to become shoemakers. You could use the educational system to change in the social ladder. Entrepreneurship has that power too. So science teaches you a systematic way to understand the world. But entrepreneurship teaches you how to create new worlds. And if we want to make the planet better, live it better for us as humans, we have to understand entrepreneurship and create new worlds that addresses the sustainability. So what is entrepreneurial discovery all about? Well, it's about taking intellectual or knowledge asset and tacit knowledge and create compelling competitive value out of it. And the fundamental has three things. It's about learning, because success can only be experienced. It can never be analyzed. So it's a learning process. You have to manage a learning process, which you as researchers usually are very good at, because that's something you're doing. But you apply it in a bit different way. The second one is that it's about resource attraction. In an MBA, you learn how to allocate resources. The boss gives you some money, staff, and you have to allocate it in such a way that you meet the business objectives or the research objective if you are a research manager. But in entrepreneurship, you really, as a researcher, you are looking for attracting resources. I want to have you to invest in me, even though I don't have anything really to show on my story. I want you to work for me, even though I cannot pay the full salary to you. I want you to buy something from me, even though I'm not have the experience or history to be very trusty as a supplier for you. So it's really about resource attraction. So you attract resources in such a way so that the next milestone, you can attract new resources and then new resources. So it's a means-driven resource attraction process. And it's always done in co-creation with others. but not with representatives. If I need to talk to a dentist or a medical doctor, it's not a representative. It's somebody who puts stakes in your venture or stakes in your process. It's about self-selected stakeholders that you want to co-create with. And you do it, and this is usually, researchers are very good in this. It's only to apply it in another context. And you do it not in a planning. Something that when I came from the VC industry to Vinnova, I said, you should poison stamp business plans. Because they are predictive planning things. You think you have to follow a plan, execute a plan. You don't do execute plans. It's about non-predictive control. And the best way to illustrate what I mean by that is to look into when you do cooking. If you want to create a dinner for some friends on Friday or Saturday evening, and you want to follow a recipe, buy this, buy that, and then you follow it, then you are a planner. You are working with planning. Causality, you believe in causality. Now, what do a chef do? Do they follow recipe? No, they rely on their ability to make good food. So they look into the kitchen in the fridge and say, oh, I have these ingredients this Friday. So I rely on my cooking, and I can create something desirable for my friends by that. So non-predictive control, you should behave more like chefs and not like causal amateurs looking at recipes. And so that's the kind of spirit you should have in doing this. And I see by the time that I think I'm running right. I will leave you with these kind of changes in perspectives as a last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kjell. I hope that those who cook from recipes don't be worse than those who don't. I do cook from recipes. Thank you for shedding some light on these not obvious but very important issues. Kjell, as all other keynote speakers, will take part in the panel discussion tomorrow morning, so there will be an opportunity to go deeper with some of the topics. And now we move to the next part, presentations of the IRAP units. There are 15 minutes for the presentation. Each director was asked to focus on the biggest success of the center, the one thing that makes them most proud. And after each presentation, there will be 5 minutes for questions from the audience. And here I have this thankless task of watching the time, and I'm going to be serious about it. As per usual, we start with an A. Please welcome to the stage Professor Leszek Roszkowski, Director of the AstroCent, Particle Astrophysics Science and Technology Center.
Good morning, everybody. My task today is to tell you something good about AstroCent. Unfortunately, much to my regret, I cannot report receiving a Nobel Prize, anything of similar weight, any other award. So instead, I will try to tell you what good can be achieved by letting a few dozen researchers gaze into the dark sky for a few years, what good can be achieved for the economy, for the society, at the taxpayer's expense. So I will tell you about some of our achievements that will likely have economic benefits for the society will produce. But before I do that, I will, given the broad spectrum of the audience, I will introduce what AstroCent is all about. I'll go through this relatively quickly, but hope that perhaps somebody will care to look at the slides later on. Okay. To start with, before AstroCent started, there was a vision. The vision was, for those who have been to China, to Shanghai, know what it is, basically to start something completely new, something that was not there in Poland before, and start from bare soil, basically. And this is the center that was built in particle astrophysics. I need to tell you what particle astrophysics is all about. is about studying the invisible, hidden, dark universe, and about studying not just photons, which you can see, but the other things that you cannot see. Many of you perhaps know that about 1/4 of the mass energy density of the universe is made up of dark matter, probably some unknown particle. But there are other signals we either expect to see, like dark matter, or see, like gravitational waves or neutrinos, which normally do not see. You need to build extremely sensitive detectors to see them. So because of that, because those signals are extremely faint, particle astrophysics is a platform, a beautiful platform, where fascinating frontline, highly promising science has to work with innovative cutting-edge technologies. Because in order to see such signals, you need to build technologies, invent technologies, which otherwise nobody with right sense of mind would ever think about doing. And once you do that, you find out that this can be actually used in economy. Why? So first of all, one of the Nobel Prizes of recent years has been awarded to Barry Barish and others in 2017. Why is the challenge so formidable? Well, because in order to measure those signals, you need to go, you need to build extremely sensitive detectors which are prepared to use for a long time in extreme conditions like under the sea, in the deserts, in the sky, under ice. So these are extreme conditions, and on top of it, clearly there are limited power supplies in such environments, and they need to be sturdy. They cannot break because you cannot repair them easily. And on top of it, they collect huge amounts of data that you need to process online. That obviously requires inventing new solutions. And on top of it, because it's science and not a big business, it needs to be affordable. So these are formidable challenges, clearly. And for this, you need not scientists, not just engineers, programmers, you need all of them working together. Because scientists know what they want, but don't know how to do it. Engineers maybe not know what scientists need, but once you tell them, they will do it. And programmers will do the rest, will make sure that it all works together. Okay, so just very briefly, AstroSend started on the 1st of July 2018, received 38 million Polish zlotys, is an autonomous department of the Nicolaus Copernicus Astronomical Center. And our objective is, as I said, to look into the invisible sky, and especially to focus on gravitational waves that has been discovered, dark matter that has not yet been discovered, and also neutrinos that have been discovered. For this, you need to build ultra-sensitive instruments, as I said, and we specialize in particular on seismic sensors for gravitational waves, and modules of silicon photomultipliers for dark matter. And also we deal with big data collection and applications to high-tech industry and medicine, for example, PET. So we do big science and innovative technologies. It's a beautiful field with enormous potential. This slide has been borrowed from Stavros Katsanieva's, first and former chair of our International Scientific Committee. We deal with, at AstroSend, we deal with seismic sensors, environmental sensors, with silicon photomultipliers to collect very faint light, or very small amounts of light, with quantum computing, with data science, and with applications for medical physics, in particular PET, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, Stavros is not with us anymore. He lost his long-term battle with cancer, a big loss for the community, big loss for science and for us. All right. So very briefly, we are engaged in 3 dark matter collaborations, 2 gravitational wave collaborations, one running, one in the future. For dark matter, dark side and deep, 2 experiments using liquid argon, and this is a future experiment that will be built out of those 2 and some more. Liquid argon will come back to my presentation later. And then we also started working on neutrinos, KM3 and hyperchemiocandem. Our strategic partner is the institute in Paris. Our cooperation is going very well. As I said, our main technological sort of, focus is on silicon photomultipliers, systems of seismic sensors, data acquisition, quantum computing, and liquid argon PET. We have several partners in Europe, also Princeton, and in Poland, National Center for Nuclear Research, Warsaw University of Technology, Warsaw University, and so on. We also plus several companies that I'll mention later. Okay, this is just briefly about our structure. It's probably fairly standard. We have 6 research groups that I'll talk about in a second. You know, above us we have on the one side International Scientific Committee, on the other side the director. Otherwise we have complete freedom and autonomy. Okay, our 6 research groups listed here. First of all, they have posters. Second, I'll talk about achievements of some of these groups. Group 1 and Group 4 will deal with silicon photomultipliers and dark matter. Group 2 and 3 deal with gravitational waves and seismic sensors. Group 5 with scientific computing, quantum computing, and Group 6, led by me, is a theory group. It's trying to understand what this dark matter could be, we want to explain 1/4 of the universe. It's a formidable task, and how to make sure that experimentalists can actually discover it. Okay, let me now spend a few minutes telling you about what I would consider our achievements that we are proud of, because these are achievements on the technology side with applications for industry. And on top of it, I'm so proud of them because initially in the application we promised 0 commercial applications, 0 patents, and we have at least 2, perhaps 3. Okay, so one thing is that I want to tell you about is next generation of sensors. By this I mean autonomous, without communication and cables, basically working on their own. They've been developed from research on gravitational waves. By looking into the dark sky, trying to discover to measure something extremely faint, where the background overwhelms the signal by a factor of at least 1 million, you need to build something clever. And Mariusz Suchanek and his group built, in collaboration with Group 2, built sensitive sensors, which are 8 times cheaper than the ones on the commercial market, which is not bad, with low power consumption and high sensitivity. One example is autonomous seismic sensor. Picture is here. Patent application is pending approval. And here, 48 units have been produced for research, and now commercialization is pending signing contract with a company that is interested in producing them on a massive scale. Another one is acoustic infrasound sensor. Small little thing here, looks like a pen. It's actually has much more value than a pen. 190 units have been produced, and for the Gravitational Observatory, European Gravitational Observatory. Now, why are those things interesting? Because those little things that are not looking perhaps very impressively can be used in economy and in defense and in health protection. For example, to protect sensitive areas like borders and polygons. Why? Because instead of fencing them, you can just introduce a set of a network of those sensors in various places, and they will be telling you who is passing or what is passing the borders or the area. They can distinguish vehicles from people, from animals, so they can do a lot of good job. Fences are fixed. Sensors can be moved, they actually move themselves. They can help study effects of wind farms. Wind farms produce vibrations in the area at low frequencies. Nobody has really studied seriously health effects of those vibrations. Large-scale constructions, skyscrapers, apartment buildings, they vibrate. what kind of effect does this have on our health? This can be done cheaply with our sensors. Earthquake monitoring and so on. That's one thing that I wanted to tell you about. Second achievement comes from research into dark matter for photovoltaics. Since time is running, let me just tell you that in dark matter searches that we are involved with, we use liquid argon, where scintillation light is in the ultraviolet. You need to move this signal into the visible light, and for this you need to use so-called wavelength shifters. Marcin Kuźniak et al. In his group developed a scalable large format polymeric reflector that not only can do this job in a dark matter detector, but also can be used in photovoltaics. Namely, in photovoltaics, you collect light that is visible, but how about using the ultraviolet light as well? And it comes out that by using a film like this, you can increase the efficiency of those cells by several %. It's also environmentally friendly, alternative to current fluors, and radiation counters and dosimetry can also profit from this kind of achievement. So, like in the previous one, we have posters for more information. Since my time is running fast, let me just quickly go over some of our other achievements. Well, basically, we started from scratch. Currently, we have over 40 researchers. Everything has been done in a timely fashion, despite COVID. We are a member of large international corporations. We have MOUs signed with 2 Canadian units, very important ones. We have several grants, particularly twinning grant that is just ended, Hyperkamiokande grant. We have 3 technological innovations, 1 granted, 2 pending. And we have cooperation with research and industrial partners. Gender composition, 19% of our staff research and administration are women, 50% in the office, among researchers 17%, which is good. Believe me, it's not so easy to attract good women to the field. It's more senior ones. The junior ones is much better. We have also women in positions, decision-making positions, director of scientific affairs, for example, Marta Borowiec is with us. Numbers are good, really. Many publications, many travels, visits, and so on. Public relations, we had in February 2 public talks back-to-back by 2 Nobel Prize winners from 2015, Art MacDonald, Barry Barish from 2017, and you can recognize some other faces here as well. We had before and after some other important visits of VIPs, head of state of Canada, president of CNRS, Barry Barish and Art MacDonald came back in June. Grants, partial list, I'll just mention here, we are applying for an IRA and for the next IRA, and also we passed to the second stage of the Teaming for Excellence. Okay, my time is nearly up, so let me just finish. Maybe I can just skip that. This is an audit from the National Center for Research and Development. Our biggest achievements. The biggest achievement, I think, is basically we started from basically next to nothing, and now we are fast and running and very modern, and we want to continue. The only question is, what is next? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now is the time for the questions from the audience. I can see everyone, but I try to monitor the whole room. Do we have any question? We need to have at least one, so. This put me in a difficult position because I interrupted you. Oh, thank you very much. Here we have a question and we have a microphone. So if you can please introduce yourself and from which IRAP you are.
Hello, Hi, I'm Hamish McAlpine. I'm not from an IRAP. I'm from a company called Konferencja. My question was, what was the biggest challenge in developing those sensors where they're at a point where they can be deployed? What was the most challenging thing for you to overcome in that commercialization journey?
Well, it's a question that perhaps the authors of the inventions would be best to answer. So I can only do it sort of second-hand. But I would imagine that it's basically trying to figure out how to do things that you can buy very expensively from the market, how to do it using the tools that we have that we can afford to buy. And it comes out that you just need to look into this and be a bit more clever than just go and buy. And then it comes out it's possible. But I think Mariusz, who is somewhere here, can answer your question much better than I.
Thank you.
Now we have still time for it. There is a question there in the last row. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Idris from ICTQT, and first, thank you for the presentation, sir. And I wish to know, among, let's say, all the achievements so far, what is the one that makes you, like, happy, or like the most happiest? And also, among, like, maybe the people who are participating in different projects, how could you maybe include some master students, because in order to build something strong?
Okay, thank you very much. These are good questions. So let me answer the second one first. So first of all, I didn't have time to mention it, but we've had several undergraduate students or project students, and this has been a very good experience for them and for us. So we actually very much like this. Because that was the way to introduce new young people to the field, and also to some of them actually ended up either doing or thinking about doing PhD with us. Regarding the first one, honestly, my honest answer would be the following. My biggest achievement that makes me so happy and so proud is that towards the end of the grant, with unknown future, uncertain future, I can see so much enthusiasm in our staff, among our staff, so much work that is still being done. People work hard. They do not think, or maybe they do think, but they do not show any sign of sort of despair or anything. They just keep going because they love it.
Thank you very much, Professor Ruszkowski. Thank you for telling us how to explore things that are that much hidden. And we will now follow this philosophical path between the universe and the individual brain. And I invite Professor Ewelina Knapska to introduce us to the research work done at the Brain City Center of Excellence for Neuroplasticity and Brain Disorders.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to switch the gears a bit from the universe to the brain, and I hope that I will be able to convince you that it's equally beautiful. So I would like to focus on one of the line research that we have, and I would like to tell you today about a very interesting structure in the brain that is called central amygdala. Central amygdala is a motivational hub, and as such is a very promising target for personalized therapies of behavioral disorders. And so what type of disorders we can cure targeting the central amygdala? Well, impaired motivation is observed in many psychiatric and behavioral disorders, including depression, in which we observe general motivational deficits regarding many different types of rewards, including food. But impaired motivation may be also limited to some areas of behavior, let's say. For example, we can observe specific social interaction deficits in many neurodevelopmental disorders, such as autism spectrum disorder. And this basic needs to get food and consume food and to interact with others is shared between humans and rodents. So we can assume that some very basic brain mechanisms are evolutionarily conserved, and that's why we are able to learn more about them using rat and mice models, which we do. And where can we find some structures that are responsible for responses to food or to social partners? Well, we have in the brain so-called reward system that comprises several structures heavily interconnected, and one of them, which is very important, is the amygdala, which is heterogeneous itself, and we are actually interested in one part of this, which is the central amygdala. And the classical studies showed that the central amygdala encodes motivational significance of stimuli, and that by stimulating the structure, we can amplify motivation for food and drug rewards. This is also a very interesting structure in this reward system, because this is kind of a hub structure, which means that it receives many projections from other parts of the brain, but also it projects to many so-called effector structures that directly control behavioral and physiological responses. And we can see this how heavily interconnected the structure is. So here we injected the fluorescent marker of the projections to one of the central amygdalae. We have two in the brain, so only one of them was marked here. But here we can see how dense these connections are, how many structures are innervated by this central amygdala structure. But it's not enough to know which structure to stimulate. The research of recent, let's say, 15 years showed that even within one brain structure, we have the so-called neuronal circuits, that is, groups of neurons that are interconnected with each other, which control different behaviors. So we need to learn this fine organization to be able to to stimulate the brain in the reliable and responsible way. And such stimulation was a sci-fi idea in the 90s. Here you can see Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Enterprise from the Star Trek series. So it was published in the 90s, and he has a cortical stimulator on his head. And this was not possible back then. But now we can do it even in the non-invasive way. We can stimulate even the structures that are located deeply in the brain, like the central amygdala, for example, using transcranial ultrasound stimulation. But to do it in a responsible way, we need to know what we are doing. So we have to learn the mechanisms that are involved in control of behavior. And our research showed that the central amygdala is activated when the animals are involved in food-motivated behavior or in social interaction. But we decided to look for the specialized neuronal circuits within the amygdala, and we'll find them. And today I will like to show some of our results. Firstly, regarding the circuit that depends on the activity of matrix metalloproteinase 9, MMP9 in short, which is an enzyme that is directly involved in synaptic plasticity. And we found that the circuits within the central amygdala, that is the cell that need MMP9 to function properly, are involved in food-seeking behavior, but not in social interaction. And I will briefly explain how we do such research. So we use the novel tool developed by the group of Leszek Kaczmarek in the Brain City, the nanoparticles that gradually release inhibitor of MMP9. So we were able to manipulate the activity specifically by injecting these nanoparticles to the brain of mice. And then could you activate the movie, please? Thank you. So we tested the animals in the so-called IntelliCage. This is the system that allows us to investigate the behavior of mice living in the more or less natural conditions, the conditions that are similar to the natural environment. And they have to find the bottles that are located in the corners of the cage to get access to water or to something better than water, that is water with sugar that they love. So then they can open the doors, that they can drink. And even if they are in a group, we can recognize them individually because they have transponders, and when they enter to the corner, they are recognized by RFID antenna. So we know who is in the corner at any time. We can also apply some aversive stimuli. So it's a very potent system that allows us to assess learning in mice. Also the natural motivation to get these sweet rewards. And we found that the mice have problems in locating, when we inactivate these MMP9-dependent neuronal circuits, they have problems in locating the bottle with sweetened water. But when they already get to the bottle, they drink as much as healthy mice. And also they don't have problems with finding the bottle where, to which we added quinine, which is very bitter, and they avoid it. So it seems that these deficits related to the operating MMP9-dependent neuronal circuits, it's very specific to food motivation. And we are using such systems to have more reliable data. This is the novel approach, these systems that allow to study the behavior of mice in the home cage environment. And we also developed such a system in my laboratory, which is called the EcoHab, and which allows to analyze social behavior, as we were interested not only in food motivation, but also in social motivation. And we were inspired by how mice live in the natural condition. They love dig tunnels, and along the tunnels they build nests. So we have 4 cages, our nests and the tunnels here, and they are recognized when they travel through the tunnels because they have the transponders as in the IntelliCage system. So we can measure how much time they voluntarily spend with each other, how they are interested in social stimuli that we present to them here, and also we can assess their position in social structure. And we found using the system that neither of these behaviors depends on MMP9 dependent neuronal circuits in the central amygdala. So we found the circuit that is related to food-seeking behavior, but not to social behavior. But as I mentioned, we also saw the activation of the amygdala during social interaction. So we firstly check what is the function of the cells, and we found that reactivating the cells that are involved in social interaction by optogenetics leads to increased social contact. So we knew that they are involved, and a series of different studies, we localize these circuits and characterize them. And what is interesting, we found that some circuits are actually related to social interaction, but not food-motivated behavior. So it seems that there is really a specificity related to different types of rewards in the structure. At the same time, the group of Anya Baron in the Brain City focused on the neuronal circuits in the central amygdala that are activated by food and drugs, and they found also some differences. So it's another layer of complexity that we have to address in our attempts to rescue some impairments of behavior. So as I mentioned, we thought that this is a very good target for rescue treatment. And so we wanted to test this idea, targeting MMP9-dependent neuronal circuits in the central amygdala. And to test this idea, we used the mouse model of Fragile X syndrome, the mice that have mutated one gene, as the patients have, FML1 the gene is called FMR1. And both mice and patients have increased level of MMP9. So using our tools, we were able to decrease this level to be able to keep it in a physiological range and test whether our approach works. So this model, both mice and human patients, showed impairments, some intellectual impairments and autism. So we test whether we can address these problems by checking whether our treatment affects how well mice learn where the reward is in the environment. And we found that yes, we can rescue the behavior by changing the activity, just a tiny part of the neuronal circuits that are actually involved in controlling food learning that is motivated by food. And the mice, after our treatment, were able to localize where the bottle with sweetened water is, as well as healthy animals. However, we were not able to rescue social behavior. That confirmed our previous observation that these circuits are not involved in social behavior. So using such approach, we showed that we indeed can manipulate the central amygdala neuronal circuits in a symptom-specific manner to rescue impaired behavior. In this case, we restored the activity of MMP9-dependent circuits. But what about translatability of this data? So I showed you a lot about the brains of mice and rats, but what about the human brain? So usually in the human imaging studies, the amygdala is considered as a whole, and as I said, this is the heterogeneous structure. So we managed to divide the human amygdala into the parts, one of them including or comprising mostly the central amygdala. And we found in 2 studies that were focused either on food-motivated learning or processing social emotional cues, that the central amygdala in humans is indeed involved in such behavior, or is involved in motivation. So it opens the way to stimulate the structure to develop the treatment. And I'd like to conclude here showing that what I showed today, to tell that rodent and human central amygdala is involved in processing food and social-related stimuli. However, the neuronal circuits that mediate these behaviors overlap only partially. So it means that we can combat specific deficits in motivation or social interactions, not affecting others properly working circuits, which is very important. And so the central amygdala is a promising target for developing precise therapeutic interventions, for example, using the method that I mentioned, that is the ultrasound stimulation. And the research that I presented today was carried out in collaboration with 3 laboratories within the Brain City of Leszek Kaczmarek, Anna Beroun, and my laboratory. And now we are testing the possibility of translating these discoveries into the human brain, also involving 2 other lab leaders of the Brain City, Jan Kamiński and Ali Javait. So here I would like to thank all the lab leaders for very efficient and very pleasurable collaboration, and also the members of my laboratory and our collaborators, without whom these studies would be not possible. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, for the perfect time management, and now it's time for the questions. The first question here.
Hello, I'm Nitika from ICTKT. Thanks for the lovely talk. I have 2 questions. So one is about the translatability to humans. So you talk about food and social interactions, but as humans we have more things that we need to be motivated for, like let's say survival, which would include motivation to work. So how would you go about researching that? And the second question is about, like, the example you gave is about this Fragile X syndrome, which is a genetical condition, but we also know that we have autism spectrum and ADHD, which is not always correlatable to genetical factors. So have you also considered epigenetics in any sense?
Yeah, well, we consider different approaches. So answering the first question, it's of course very interesting how we could increase motivation to work. I would really appreciate having such a tool even in the lab. But we are focusing mostly on the patients here who have, like, in terms of social motivation or motivation to engage in social interactions, some severe deficits. So we thought about, we are trying to find the way to address this very, very basic needs, because this is, the social skills develop over time. So to be efficient in social interaction, we need to learn how to do it properly. And if the social motivation is decreased in animals or in humans, they don't learn how to do it. So our idea is to combine the stimulation of the circuits we discovered here with the proper behavioral training. So first of all, there are two aspects. First of all is to learn to form new memories and new synaptic involving synaptic plasticity that we are addressing here, to increase the motivation to be involved in social interaction, and also which allows to develop in turn social skills. And also when the animals or patients are involved, let's say, in social interaction, the circuits that are needed are active to some extent. So we can enhance this activity by our treatment methods and by the stimulation. So this is our idea how to do it. I have to think about the methods of stimulating people to work better will be the next step. But about epigenetics, of course, the Fragile X syndrome is the complex one. It's a single mutation, but it's the first idea would be just to restore the expression of the gene. But the problem is that in the developed brains, it's too late. I mean, the neuronal circuits are already formed, they are specialized, so we can't just, restore this gene expression everywhere, because it won't work. We have to find the ways of improving the behavioral outcome of the patients at the later developmental stages.
Another question was there,
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Idris from ICTQT. Okay, so among your maybe future projects, I wish to know if you will also consider, let's say, studying amygdala neural circuit models for the case of neurodivergence.
By the case of diversity?
Divergence?
Neurodivergence.
Divergence. But what do you mean by neurodivergence? I am not sure.
Like, for instance, the tendency, to have your neurons not acting properly and then making you doing things crazy, for instance.
Well, you mean that well, actually what we are addressing here, there are the neuronal circuits that don't work properly. So we try to restore the proper function. The other results I didn't show, but we also look at the physiological activity of neurons, the propensity to form the right projections, so proper projections between, at the level of the synapse. So in the sense we are addressing this very basic mechanisms of the disturbed function of the neuronal circuits.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Knapska. As a foundation today, we definitely wanted to motivate you to social interactions, I hope with success. And now, after A, and B comes C, so it's time for Centera's presentation, and Professor Wojciech Knap will introduce us to the Center for Terahertz Research and Application.
Good morning, everybody. I appreciate last presentation, and I have one question whether she can find a way how to decrease my attract to food. I have to lose some weight. So except this joke. Centera is the Center for Terahertz Research and Application. It was created 4.5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. And of course, I would like to start with presenting you, making introduction to terahertz. And then just a general introduction is shown here. This is the slide that I have stolen from my Japanese colleague. It's showing a lot of moving objects, but the main point is that it shows the electromagnetic spectrum coming from radio waves up to X-rays. And here somewhere is a region that is called terahertz gap. This is the region that we are interested in. Why? Because in most of the other regions, like infrared, visible, or X-rays, you see illustrations of the applications that you see in everyday life. In terahertz, there are much less applications. In everyday life, it was used in the astronomy. But this part of electromagnetic spectrum appears to be very appealing for many applications, because the terahertz waves propagate through wood, air, and plastics, can be used for non-destructive testing. These are also the photons that have a small energy, like written here, so they are not dangerous for humans like X-rays. So this was a very attractive technology, and of course technology in the imaging depends on the wavelength, and the wavelengths here in the millimeter range. So millimeter range resolution for imaging is good enough for many applications, and what was the motor of the applications were, for example, the agriculture and food industry. You see here the leaves of the vineyards, and content of water can be monitored by the terahertz images that you see here in the left side. This is an example, and another typical example that is already 30 years old. That is this metro card of the Tokyo Metro, showing that by making terahertz image, like shown here, you can look for all electronic systems and check their quality, and this resolution is good enough. And the last application that is selling terahertz and used for to get the taxpayer money is the communication, and this is probably the working vehicle that will help us to motivates us to work. On this graph, you see the speed of the data communication, and here carrier frequency for use for communication. And in your cell phones, we are somewhere here around the number of 10 on the horizontal axis, around the 10 gigahertz. And you see, if you want to go faster with data, with the rates going up to 40, 60, 80 gigabits per second, you need to go to 100 gigahertz and to terahertz, and this is a target of terahertz technology. So these three main motivations were developed already 25 or 30 years ago, and this pictures comes from United States and Japan. And you can ask yourself, well, it was so old, why it does not exist, why it is interesting? Because all these pictures that you have seen before were based on the point-by-point scanning. And for example, in the case of this metro card, you need 1 hour to get this picture, so this is not practical. You need to develop new devices based on semiconductor technology or matrices to put this technology for use. So this is one of the practical motivation of Centera. So I start like other guys from numbers. So Centera is massive investments in the equipment. So you see the investments in the years, every 3 months. This is Lech Trzeciak who prepared this graph. We have an investment to build laboratory, and we build laboratory. You see here some examples. These are pieces of metals, but some of them Some of them are really unique in the world. This is the high-pressure cell that allows you to check terahertz properties, magnets, and quantum cascade lasers that serve as sources. This is massive investments allowed us to get one of the strongest in the Central Europe research center in terahertz. But of course, it's not only equipment, it's also the people. And you see the people, employment of people appear to be one of the most important and most difficult tasks. Now we are around the 40 people working in the domain with scientists, with technicians, and some administration. And the funding, to finish the numbers, you see the funding, you different colors for the materials, personal, but yellow part here that is important is the funding that we could get independently of FNP Foundation. And with the yellow bar here is something that we are that going below the dotted line. So this is the end of the project. And this is the mainly funding from industrial collaborations and also from ERC Advanced Grant that can is the continuation of the research, and that we managed to get this grant thanks to development done in Centera. And also, of course, I should mention about the international collaborations that we have with people from Germany, France, and other centers also in Japan. And also some numbers about the number of the publications increasing with the year, and of course, number of the citations. This is the red line, because of course, you do not enough to publish. Somebody has to read and cite you or recognize you to give that you have some bibliometric success. But this is numbers that I am due to Foundation to tell we did pretty well, or at least in the numbers. But of course, for the audience, it's much more important to get some example of scientific achievements and to explain you where this scientific achievement come from. And I will use here the slide from my ERC presentation, that is a very clear presentation because they want in 5 minutes to present your whole career and whole your project, and it should be understandable even for the people that never read your project. So one of the slides were showing the main idea from Diakonov and Schur, theoreticians that I made in the, I was lucky to meet in my life, telling that the waves on the water can move faster than the water itself. So that plasma waves in the electronic devices like transistors here can also move a little bit faster or much more faster than the electrons. And this can lead to new type of electronics, and electronic that is called plasmonics or plasma electronics. And in this stuff, we started from the success on the type of detectors. Detectors that allowed us to make matrices of the detectors. We develop them also in Centera, but what we present for this ERC project, that we want to have a sources like free electron laser. You see here the idea, the dream, 40 years old dream, to make the solid state devices that are generating, amplifying terahertz radiation like it is done in the big European instruments like free electron lasers. Normally, electrons move in solids. You can structure, accelerate, and break electrons in solids. Why not to get this mechanism to get radiation? And to get the radiation, you need to have a special semiconductor structure. And this is the breakthrough results that we had in Centera. I will tell you only about one. This is the piece of graphene that is structured with some metal stripes, and the blue ray coming here is the intensity of the terahertz radiation, and the red one, orange coming, is a little bit stronger thanks to the energy transfer from the current flowing here through the structure. And the same phenomena is illustrated here, where the blue valley, that is absorption of terahertz range, is transferred to this red mountain that is amplification. And this PRX publication from 2020 was just the beginning and proof of the possibility to make on-chip terahertz amplifiers, and we propose to realize these amplifiers in the center because we have material synthesis, nanoscience device processing and first preliminary result. So we could promise to Europe to make on-chip amplifiers. But one thing, we have already result. This is PRX October 5, still very fresh, on this plasmonic things on gallium nitride, or technology that exists in Poland, not graphene technology that exists in Poland, but not develop enough gallium nitride technology have gave us this results. Examples of demonstrators. So this is what we are doing currently, we'll be doing to do this ERC, but example of demonstrations used hopefully for society. I show you some demonstrations. Some of them are patented. Some are still have a secret. We are looking for the potential how to put them to industry. These are terahertz sensors of the thickness, of the quality of the gasoline, or sorry, how we go. Or the humidity in the different materials, or the quality of the gasoline, in the sense the number of the water, very small amount of the water in the gasoline will destroy your engine, and you need the small terahertz sensors, we believe, that will help people not to destroy the motors. But one of the important developments is that we started our history with presentation something that we call the postal scanner. What was it, postal scanner? That was a device that was using this American source of the terahertz radiation made by company VDI. And this commercial source was very expensive, 100,000 Polish zloty. And we had some kind of the detectors that were also expensive. And now, after this 4 years, we can do everything in the silicon technology. That means we have a 10 times decreased the size, and we divided this price by 100. So now, the applications that we demonstrated at the beginning, that we can make a look to envelopes to find out the drugs in envelopes or dangerous powders in the envelopes and objects, this technology can start to be a market technology because it's smaller and much cheaper. It's based on the silicon technology. And this is one of our most important successes, and we are introducing it to the new type of scanners. So you have seen introduction to terahertz, centirai numbers, some scientific successes, industrial products. But if you looked on the program, I have put in the program 2 questions at the end. Why now? And why in Poland? Why it happened here and then not in other places? Well, this happened because the efforts were accumulated. The money, the nanotechnology became available to make the terahertz chips in the millimeter scale, whereas the cages for the electrons to oscillate in terahertz, they are nanometers, so you have to make a very big object, but with millions of nano objects inside, and this nanotechnology is available in Poland in Cesamat, and we have well-established ideas, and we concentrated in time and place of material technology processing, experimental and theoretical physics, and it was made thanks to this Centera projects. And I present you the building where we are. This is the Cesamat, Technical University of Warsaw building. It's done in the center, in the collaboration between the Institute of Polish Academy of Science. We are formally attributed or working under supervision of Polish Academy of Science, but in the buildings of the Technical University of Warsaw. And one of the ideas that I'm promoting in this country, I really would like to sell it here, is that joining the Polish Academy of Science with university centers creates new quality. I worked like this for 40 years in France. It was very efficient. I really would like to show you this success is because these 2 institutions were working together. And you see here the team, the building, and some ideas. And I would like to thank you for your attention at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Knapp. And here's the question, sorry. There is a microphone coming. Here, sir. Ah, okay.
Thank you very much for a beautiful talk. I'm Ginter Rasolush. I'm presenting International Advisory Board of the Centera, and I'm director of the Center for Physical Science Technology in Vilnius, Lithuania. I have two questions. The first question is, could you comment in more details what issues you met during your project and how they will be solved? And the second one, you have mentioned that the Centera can be the strongest terrorist center in Europe. What is your opinion should be done to implement this aim in the full scale? Thank you.
The advantage that we have here is that we have a nanotechnology in the 100 nanometer scale that can be done in the millimeter size. This is a very unique site. Even the Graphene flagship guys, when they learn that we have a scanning electron microscope that can do such structures, they're opening the eyes, oh, it's not possible, we have to glue 10 structures, we cannot do it. But the point is that you have 3 orders of magnitude of difference of the scales. As I told you at the end, the terahertz, the electron cavity to oscillate in terahertz should be in nanometers. But the size of the beam, or the wavelength of terahertz is millimeter. You have this big difference between 1 micrometer approximately, or 100 nanometer cavity, and you have to build a system with thousands and thousands of the cavities to interact effectively. So the connection of nanotechnology with a semiconductor and the full control of semiconductor from the first epitaxial atom till the end, connected with nanotechnology, gives you 10. The center that I believe we managed to create, and I am very proud and I'm very happy to have a good collective that we managed to buy, is one of the strongest in Europe. We managed to buy the best instruments ever produced by German, French, and other societies, and we can do everything. But we can be still much stronger by unification with other European centers. And Professor Gintaras is a chief of terahertz center in Lithuania, our brother country. There are very strong terahertz center in Czech Republic and also in Slovak. And I think that the people of high magnetic field laboratories are unified to build a strong European action. And I think having this this FNP project here in Poland makes us one of the actors to unify this at least Central European laboratories for common action in Europe and get a Central European action about the terahertz science and technology.
Thank you. We have time for one question, not very long. Here, Dr. Ślączkowski.
Thank you very much for this great talk. My name is Piotr Ślączkowski from IRAP Łódź. So you talk about this cavities that they should be in few hundreds of nanometers, maybe 1 micron size. What is the thickness of such metal stripe that you are producing? This is a really technical question, but it's important for me.
Thickness is 0. This is 2-dimensional electron gas. So if you think the thickness of the sample, I mean this is 2-dimensional electron gas. Why 2-dimension? Because in 2-dimensional electron gas, so thickness is 0, you get a control over the plasma. In the 3-dimensional system, you control the frequency only by the number of the carriers inside. When you go lower dimensional system, then you get a control by the size of the system, plasma frequency. So when you squeeze the system, the frequency goes up. And moreover, if you have a 2-dimensional system, like in the field effect transistor, you can change the carrier density by the gate. Therefore, the systems in which we are doing our plasmonic amplifiers and detectors are 2-dimensional gas that is squeezed in 1 dimension. In 1 dimension is 2 nanometer, in other dimension is millimeters, and we repeat it 1,000 times. Then we have a full control.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the answer, for the presentation, Professor Knapp.
There are some posters of the people.
Yes, please continue.
Yeah, just there are the people from our group prepared the posters. If somebody of you is interested in more details, discussions, there are the posters presented there. I kindly invite you to stand by. Thank you very much.
During the lunch break. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Knapp. Unfortunately, our ABC stops here. D is missing, and we also move from the letters to numbers. And 3 is the lucky number for Professor Dorota Pawlak, director of Ensemble 3, or better say, Ensemble to the Third Power, Center of Excellence for Nanophotonics, Advanced Materials, and Novel Crystal Growth-Based Technologies. Professor Pawlak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So actually, the D is also there because my name is Dorota. Okay, I still. Hello, welcome to the introduction to the Ensemble 3 Center. And actually, I made the title Ensemble 3, The Art of Materials, because we make all kinds of materials. So I would like to start from the beginning. As you may know, within the International Research Agenda program, I am sorry I didn't put the P, there were created 14 centers of excellence. And within these 14 centers of excellence, 3 of them received additional funding via the Teaming for Excellence scheme. And these were SANO in Krakow, Nomaten in Warsaw, and Ensemble in Warsaw. Additionally, 2 of these centers created the legally independent entity, and this is SANO in Krakow as foundation and Ensemble in non-for-profit company. So when we were asked to choose one advantage of our center, I think this is what makes us special, that we made the really the legal entity. So real research center, which we have to, of course, which have to survive. So the real name, the long name of our center is Center of Excellence for Nanophotonics, Advanced Materials, and Novel Crystal Growth-Based Technologies. So there is the 3 as well, the 3 parts. As it was already told, shorter name is Ensemble 3, or rather it is Ensemble to the power of 3. And even shorter, you can call us just E3. And as I already mentioned, we are a non-for-profit limited liability company. We are located in the premises of Łukasiewicz Institute of Microelectronics and Photonics, who is also the sole owner of our center. And our funding comes from teaming, IRAP. Also, we will have some funding from Ministry of Education and Science. And we got also, as an in-kind contribution from our owner, the patents, equipment, and materials. So if you would like to visit us, and you are very welcome, you can just write in Google Maps Ensemble 3, and the Google Maps will lead you to us. So what our center is about. To tell you what our center is about, I have to move back in history more than 100 years to year 1916, when Professor Jan Czochralski developed the crystal growth method, which is the most widely used method the worldwide most used method for growing crystals. Actually, his method, 30 years later, was used to make first germanium crystal, which was then used to make first transistor. Actually, there were 3 scientists who got Nobel Prize for this transistor. Nowadays, we can make this kind of huge, enormous silicon crystals, dislocation-free, and nowadays you have plenty of transistors on one chip. And everybody of you who has a mobile phone or any other optoelectronic device has these chips inside. So it means you have a piece of crystal with you. So now you can understand why it is so important, the crystal growth, for our modern society. And the aim of our center is to apply the crystal growth to novel material concepts, especially in nanophotonics, but also in energy applications, and also to develop novel technologies. So we apply it to novel material concepts like metamaterials, nanoplasmonics, but also topological insulators and many other applications. So the center of our center is the crystal growth, then there are the materials, and then there are all kinds of applications. Our motto is photonics crystallized. So as you can see, we really put hearts into our work, literally. So these hearts we can see in our materials. They jump on us. So this is the scanning electron microscope image of one of our materials we made. And in fact, they became a symbol of our, one of the symbols of our center. So, of course, we cannot create this kind of a center alone. So additionally to getting the funding and all this help from the Foundation for Polish Science and the European Commission, we have our partners. So we have two Polish partners. First is the Łukasiewicz Institute of, the Łukasiewicz Institute of Microelectronics and Photonics, who is our owner. Then we have the best Polish university, the University of Warsaw. And we really get help from these two institutions. And we have our three advanced partners. One of the most well-known Technological Institute, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Then one of the oldest in the world university, Sapienza University of Rome. And 15 years old Nanogune, a Spanish research center in nanotechnologies. In fact, to make the center excellent, we need this excellence from somewhere. So really our partners bring a lot of excellence to us in different aspects. So we have a great expertise in managing the center. So for example, Professor Jose Pitarque is often with us. He's still in Warsaw in this moment. He's the director for last 15 years. He created actually the Nanogune Center. And also Professor Martin Wegener from Karlsruhe. He has a great expertise in leading this kind of centers of excellence. Now he's leading excellence cluster for 60 million euros. Karlsruhe School of Optics and Photonics, where our PhD students can take part in modular classes. And our partners have great expertise in commercialization of their results. So, for example, Professor Martin Wegener not long ago told, I am paying more taxes now than I earn as a professor. So, of course, we have our International Scientific Committee, and with great scientists and science managers. And the first person is Professor Robert Cava from Princeton University, who is the president of our International Scientific Committee and who is with us here today. And also there are other very important scientists, Professor Pendre from Imperial College, Professor Sandokhar from Max Planck, and other members of the committee also coming from our partners. We also invited representatives of different companies to Consultative Innovation Council. So partners who accepted it, it's Saint-Gobain, Corning, Vigo System, IBM, and European Photonics Industry Consortium. We are a little bit different than the previous IRAPs because we are very young IRAP. So actually, we started to employ people in April 2021. So it is when we got the funding. So we are 2.5 years old, let's say. And in this moment, we have 102 members, more or less, because it is changing. Within these members, we have 45 people with PhDs. So not only our group leaders or senior researchers or postdocs have PhD, but also our support staff and laboratory members. And we are very international. So altogether, I think we had people from 18 countries. In this moment, it's, I think, 16 countries. So you can see some of these countries here. And within the lifetime of the project, we created 6 groups. Not all of them survived. And additionally, one group which we call disruptive technologies. So it's a group as planned, which doesn't have a leader, but it's made of the individual researchers who should bring the disruptive ideas to our center. And of course, each group has a lot of different research successes. Some just talking very generally. For example, some groups developed new research avenues, for example, working on eutectic topological insulator heterostructures. And others were able, instead of working in trial and error mode, find structural parameters which could help them to move to, for example, to achieving materials with high proton conductivity. Other groups were working on theory and developed a theory on, of quantum materials. Other groups work on, for example, materials for optical isolators. You know that optical isolators are devices which are not yet miniaturized because you need many centimeters of material to rotate the light. So within these 2.5 years where we had to still employ people and do a lot of organization things, we published 73 publications as a center, including advanced materials, angewandte Chemie, matter. And we very slowly start getting additional funding. So in this moment, we have 4 projects from the National Science Foundation by our scientists. And we were quite active in social media. If you look in our LinkedIn, we have almost 2,000 followers. And if you look in the structure who is following us, there is many CEOs of photonic companies in Europe. In this time, we also renovated a space in which we are. Actually, we are renting 2,700 square meters from our institute. And so the space looks now much nicer. We also purchased additional equipment necessary for our research. And of course, to have much more expertise and know-how, we invited scientists from different institutions. Of course, we participated in different conferences, and on one conference, a special symbol for E3 was developed by one German professor. She proposed that instead of doing this on the photo, we make like this, so it's the E3 now on the photo. And we also have quite big commercial potential, so we were present on different global exhibitions, and especially important for us was, for example, Laser World and Photonics or Semicon Taiwan. And in this time, we also organized the META conference. It's one of the big optical conferences for metamaterials and plasmonics. This we co-organized, unfortunately it was COVID, together with the University of Warsaw and our institute, and also the Paris Zut University in France. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. And also, I would like to say that you are welcome to the 8th European Conference on Crystal Growth, which we organize next year in July, in collaboration with the High Pressure Institute of Polish Academy of Sciences and also the University of Warsaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Surprise. And now, do we have a question? Yes, there in the very back of the room.
Thank you, Professor. Your center is very similar not in mission, in a way it is structured, and in a way it's also been funded. I'm from SANO, obviously, and you highlighted SANO very much in your speech, so I fully understand why. Now you brought up a very interesting angle in your presentation, which is the emergence of a small startup company or an entity that is still associated with your center, but somehow it's a legal entity that is independent. So I would like to ask you the question, how did you establish these two different things, and what is the interplay, and how do you establish independence and collaboration? Complex question.
Okay, maybe I'm not sure I fully understand, because our center actually is itself the company. So we are a non-for-profit company, and our owner is the institute. So we established the kind of spin-off of the institute. Right?
Okay, now how do you establish the interplay between the legal entity, the new one, and the original institute?
Okay, so we have a special structure. So we have the management board, then we have the supervisory board, which is chosen by the two members are chosen by the institute, who is the owner, and one member is chosen by the president of Łukasiewicz Network, to which the institute belongs. And then, of course, above the supervisory board, there is the owner, so the shareholders meeting. So depending in our notarial deed, it is decided which decisions we can take, which financial decisions we can take by ourselves, and what are the limits where we have to ask our supervisory board or the meeting of shareholders. And of course, there are some other aspects, like, for example, the supervisory board controls us, what we are doing, and reports, let's say, to the owner.
So the financial aspects are very interesting, and if you don't mind, maybe we can talk about it offline. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? As we still have enough time. So I'm sure they will follow offline. Maybe it was a suggestion. Thank you very much, Professor Pawlak. Discovering cure for cancer is what has attracted thousands of young people to science. Some of them remain faithful to this mission, as that's also in the case of researchers at the International Center for Cancer Vaccine Science, under the management of Professor Natalia Marek-Trzonkowska, who will now introduce the center activity.
Good afternoon. I was told that we are supposed to talk today about the biggest success of our IRAPs, why the success can be related to science, to commercialization process, or related to organization of the function of the IRAP. Why I think that these three aspects are very strongly related, and one is consequence of another. Therefore, I would like to give you a glimpse of the actions at these three fields that we have been doing at our center. So, International Center for Cancer Vaccine Science has been established in 2017 in a strategic partnership with University of Edinburgh. And the first director of our center was Professor Ted Hubb. And initially, we had 6 research groups, as you can see, while the 6th group, Cancer Immunology, led by me, was not planned in the initial research agenda. It was established due to the recommendation of the reviewers of the project. And from the beginning, we were granted with a very nice laboratory space by our university. But as you can see, this laboratory space was empty. It means that we had to purchase and to win the laboratory equipment to start the work. So here you can see, for example, our team of PIs at FNP office after the interview related with the grant for the advanced equipment. And as you can see, we have also like a very young supporting officer in our team these days. But honestly, I'm not sure what was easier or what was most difficult, to win the equipment or to purchase it. Because as you can see, it costed us a huge paperwork. But we started to accommodate. Unfortunately, it turned out that because of legal reasons, we cannot put this new equipment that we want in the previous location. It meant that we had to move to new building. And then changes began. But, and this was like domino, like snowball effect, accelerated by also SARS-CoV-2 pandemics. In consequence, only one research group from initially established survived, and it was my group. And we are also a rare example of the IRAPs which changed the director. Then we established another research group focused on clinical peptidomics, and currently we have also 5 other teams who has been working at ICCVS and leading the complementary projects. So we had to transfer to new building. But the new building was not ready. However, fortunately, we were ready for this effort to adjust the environment to do the research. And when you start something new, it's good to have a plan. And as you can see, I started from cutting from the carton. Sorry, I need to go back. I started with the cutting from the carton, the equipment in proper scale and arranged on the sheet of paper. But with the support of the entire group, you can see how this entire project was nicely digitalized, and we started the renovation. We put kilometers of cables in the ceilings and walls. We had to arrange many things and think about multiple issues that normally you do not care when you start in already established department. So this is our area sorter, one of the equipment that we won, and you see the process of installation. So it happened during pandemic time in February 2020. And the entire team was involved, as you can see, and very fast, I would say, because in May 2020, we were able to start the work, and our laboratories look like now. But if you think that once you have laboratory space, you are able to start the research, you are severely wrong. You need to think also about many types of documentations. For example, you need at least to send your team to some courses, so they will be entitled to use laboratory equipment like autoclave. But if you have already established department, you already have this team and these courses. If you want to work with biological material, you need to apply for consents and for documentation as well. You also need to remember that if you have chemical reagents, notably toxic ones, you need to produce the paperwork for them, because you need to be sure that they are properly stored and people know how to use them. Another thing is that you need to think about the safety of the workplace. We had to produce thousands of instructions how to operate the equipment. And also, if you want to use animals, this is also another challenge. Think about proper plan. But we applied for this. We went to the biotic committee. In our case, it's located in Bydgoszcz, and we received this agreement. Also, if you want to modify the cells or you want to use modified cell lines, you need to know that you have to apply for the status of laboratory for genetic engineering. You probably are not aware of that if you have been working in old department with long history. But we did it. We produced another cabinet of the papers, but we did it, and finally we are accredited to do this research. But we are now a team of about 40 people, but nevertheless, even if this process were the process of establishment of laboratories was time and energy consuming, we didn't stop the laboratory work. We also had great collaboration with our university, and we were hosted by some laboratories, notably by biotechnology department. We also worked at Medical University of Gdańsk, notably in Department for Medical Immunology, and we were able not to stop the research. And as a result, we we submitted 9 patent applications to European Patent Office. Sorry, I need to go back. And these inventions are related to the production of the therapeutic cells new methods of production of therapeutic cells. We also are focused on novel algorithms for diagnostics and prognostics. We hope that we will develop these technologies into simple plate tests. And we are also very proud of our last inventions. These inventions are related to the methods for identification of unique features of the cancer, I mean neoantigens. And I will tell you more about it later. Our team was also granted with 3 other patents from United States, Polish and European patent offices in the meantime. I'm also very happy and proud that our research is also accepted for publications in recognized journals, like Nature Methods, Nature Communications, Molecular Biology and Evolution, and Nucleic Acid Research. And the number of these papers increases each year. Hopefully, this tendency will be kept. We also won several other projects. We have been conducting 2 Horizon 2020 and 2 Horizon Europe grants, including coordination. And in total, we won around €7 million, not including the IRAP project. So we are also very much active in terms of international collaboration. So we send our researchers to different universities, and also we host the people from various countries. But I also would like to underline that this exchange is not only for the researchers, but also for the administration, which is very important to have very skilled and experienced managers of the project. And step by step, it turned out that our center became a kind of hub for the international collaboration. So we even experienced the visit of diplomats, and we are looking for new opportunities for the international collaboration. And we also would like to make our center friendly to kids, because think that some of the kids will be in the future researchers. And it also depends on us how good these researchers will be. So we created like a family room at our center, and we also organized some science popularization events. But this all is built on the research. And our main project is to develop personalized therapy of non-small cell lung cancer, which is the main cause of death of people with malignancies, regardless of their gender. And even the development of immunotherapy based on blockade of PD-1, PD-L1 axis does not cure the disease, but only prolongs the patient's survival. Therefore, there is still need for new approaches, therapeutic approaches. But this cancer develops mostly in patients who are smokers or were smokers in the past. So it means, because cigarette smoke is mutagen, so it means that this cancer has many mutations. From the point of view of immunotherapy, is good, because it means that these cells are different than the normal healthy cells, and we can use immune cells to recognize them and hopefully destroy the cancer. So our idea is to isolate the cells that recognize the cancer, sort them, then expand them. It means multiply them in vitro, certify them, check the activation and potential for killing of autologous, I mean the self-cancer, and then inject them back. So the idea is simple, but how to do it? So from the beginning, we decided that we need to understand our enemy as good as possible. So I mean the cancer. So we screened the immune cells present in the cancer, in the healthy lung, in the lymph node and peripheral blood of the patients. And after this deep analysis, we developed an algorithm. And according to this algorithm, we know which cells in the patient body can recognize and kill the cancer. And I need to tell you that for each patient, we need to sort different cell subsets. So it is custom-made, I would say, patient-tailored therapy. And I hope this movie will work. I don't know if I need some support to start it. OK, so these cells are cancer cells, these big ones and elongated, and these small bubbles are our sorted T cells. And you can see how they attack these big cells and kill them. So normally, these big elongated cells should cover the entire surface of the culture plate, but here they are destroyed within something like 24 hours. So it seems this approach has potential. So currently we have been testing this, its safety and efficacy in PDX model. It means that we implant pieces of the patient tumor into animals, and then, we inject the therapeutic cells to check if it works. The next step will be clinical trial, and I have already an experience with this type of therapies. So this is the scheme of my previous therapy. So that's why I trust that we will be able to launch this trial. But it is always challenging, and we are ready for this challenging, hopefully. And one challenge is special GMP accredited laboratory. GMP stands for good manufacturing practice. This is like clean laboratory with filters in the ceiling when you can work. And here you can see I'm wearing like a sterile gowning here because you cannot go in a regular clothes there. This is very important to protect the patients. And we also develop this therapy and develop complementary approaches because it is not enough to have anti-cancer killers. We need also to protect these cancer killers from the cancer because cancer can deactivate them, and we do several approaches. We are also focused on discovery of neoantigens. So each cell in our body has kind of ID. I will show you maybe here. So our immune system scans all the cells in our body and check if the ID is present or if it is fake. If it is fake or it is altered, then the cells are killed, but cancer is know how to cheat on immune system. But in our laboratories, we can detach these cancer IDs, and we can compare the set of peptides, these IDs from the cancer and from healthy cells, and there are big differences between them. And the most important is that we are able to recognize unique peptides presented only by the cancer, not by the healthy lung. And this is like a basis to develop anti-cancer vaccines or also therapies. Because once we know the sequence of these peptides, we can synthesize them, and once we combine them with tetramer technology, then we can easily recognize if the cell is anti-cancer specific or not. This is not anti-cancer specific. But if the cells recognize the cancer, it will be activated, will proliferate, and we can also sort these cells from the patient blood with cell sorter. And we can use these cells for anti-cancer therapy. So we are going to develop this approach and also some other ideas with Technical University of Dresden and Leiden University Medical Center. We applied together for the Horizon Europe grant Teaming for Excellence, and after the first stage of the evaluation, our project was scored with maximum number of points. Therefore, it means that there is a huge work in front of us. However, I hope that we will come to the safe port. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I'm sure about that. Thank you very much, Professor Szynkowska. And I'm looking for your hands up. So there are strong pillars, this organizational one of your presentation and this purely scientific. You can ask about both of them. So maybe I ask about the documents because, you know, I'm more knowledgeable about that. Do you feel that after this initial phase, this document production really stopped, or it's just, you know, continues because you need to renew licenses?
Definitely stop, and we are quite well trained in production of documents. So we are faster, and I would say we are less frightened of doing these documents. We know how to do it. Like we have like clear pathway to the aim, and some of the documents were produced once, and you know we don't need to change them. Okay. Sometimes small update is needed, but I think that we are on the good track now after this.
Okay, that's good news, because I thought that maybe, you know, it's a
it's much better. It's much better, and we are skilled now.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. If not, I'm ready to take the questions during the lunch.
I hope that it's not because there is a lunch break just ahead of us. But thank you for this offer. Thank you for your presentation. Indeed, this was the last presentation in this session, and it means that we are now starting the lunch break. Enjoy your meal. We meet here again at 2:45, so we have enough time to approach researchers from the IRAPs that were presented during the session, and also to take a look at the posters displayed here in this room. Thank you very much.
From a tender age, I found solace and purpose
1, 2, 3. Wchodzi ci? Wchodzi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be with us in 2 minutes' time as we begin the part 2 of the conference. Thank you.
Dear participants, let me invite you to take your seats. It's already past 2:45, so it's really the highest time to start our second session. And I promise you there will be opportunity today, at least twice, to continue those lovely social interactions that you have up to now. I can see that there are still a lot of legs that I can see below the posters. So if you hear me, and I'm sure you do, please take your seats and continue reading the posters during the next breaks. So the second part will, just as the first, start with a keynote speech. And let me invite you, Mrs. Maiju Güran. She is involved in managing Finnish flagships that bear some similarities to IRAPs, but have a longer history, so have already made some steps that are ahead of you. May you please share your experiences and remarks about the Finnish flagships with us?
Thank you. See, this is working. Yes, very well. So, Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me for this lovely conference. As mentioned already, I'm Senior Science Advisor Maiju Kyrän from the previously Academy of Finland, Research Council of Finland nowadays. We have a new name. And as you can guess, the name of the academies was a bit misleading in this context. So always in the international context, we have to explain that we are actually a funding agency, not the academia doing the science. And today my topic is touching upon programs that we have in the academy. One of the Center of Excellencies is, I think it's really similar for the funding scheme IRAP that you have and the seminar and conferences today having the presentations on. And then we have a later newcomer in the academy portfolio of the funding schemes, the flagship program. That is kind of evolution, I would say, of the Center of Excellencies that we have. And I think that's why maybe today it's also really good to pay attention as my colleagues in Polish foundations is maybe a tips for the future perspectives in regarding the IRAP program can come from this presentation. First of all, I will have a new slide about the Research Council Finland. So, as I said, governmental funding agency, we receive our budget through the Ministry of Education and Culture. So all the money that we distribute out is based from the taxpayers' pockets. So that's why always have to have a concern where to put it and be careful and really feasible in doing the evaluations. So in general, almost 4,000 applications are received by the Council yearly, and a bit less than 10,000 review reports are coming from our hands. Roughly, the success rate for the all calls are around 17%, and the annual budget of the Academy of Finland is around 460 million euros. And also for the foundation, maybe interesting part is that we will use 2.3% of the funding that we distribute to the administration cost. And when you see about these pies there on the right corner, you can see that how we distribute the budget that we have from the council. So we will have roughly a bit less than half of the money will go to open bottom-up normal research grants that you can apply from, I would say, almost all funding agencies. And then around 1/3 is targeted to research environments and clusters, which we are dealing today. And a bit less than 1/4 is giving for the research posts, meaning research academy fellows, academy professors, so the salary money for the researchers. Now it was close. I saw the right slide already. No. Going to wrong direction, sorry. Could I have some assistance with the, well, no. And now it's in the beginning. Interesting. I will do it really slowly, so it helps, obviously. Really to focus then on the environment, on the cluster sector that we have in the Research Council. I have put here the funding schemes that are targeted into that area. And actually they are in a time scale. So for the Center of Excellence programs, we have a really long history already. So already actually in '95 was established the Center of Excellence program, and the strategy was written then. So more than 20 years, we have had this kind of a funding scheme that is, I think, close to IRAP centers at the moment. After the establishing of the Center of Excellencies, it really became obvious that we need to have a funding scheme also for the research infrastructures. And it was then in 2014, we started to have annual calls for the infrastructures, noticing that it was a crucial element to be able to maintain the high-level research and science in the clusters. And then we had a bit different call in 2015, and that is done already 7 times, was the funding scheme targeted to university profiles, meaning that in Finland we had a tendency that the universities were doing quite the same things in all universities. And actually the government decided that it's not possible in the size of a country of Finland, that you actually have to focus on something. And actually then it was giving this kind of amendment that in the academy we have to have a competitive funding scheme for the universities to profile against their own strategy. So they need to know what are their strong areas, where to focus. And actually we've funded those strong areas that were in the universities. And then the latest comer is the flagship scheme. So in 2017 was the first call, and now we have 10 flagships running at the moment. So there are, I would say, at least these 4 different ways to fund environment and clusters, but from a bit different angles, meaning that whether it's infrastructure, whether it's a support from the university side, or whether it's based on the scientific elements. And as I think some of you may have read the slide already, seen that in the Center of Excellences you say that actually focus is on science and increase excellence. And also you can find in the flagship program the word science, scientific excellence. And then somebody might think that, why you are doing a duplicating in the programs? But actually we're not. Since in the flagships you have to have the impact already in place. So the science is weighted equally with the impact. And therefore, actually, the science that is produced in Center of Excellence may be or might be the basis to be a flagship. So they are in a different time span, those funding schemes and funding elements. And if we don't have the Center of Excellences, we actually don't have the starts for the flagships. And that is something that's a really important message, that actually if we kill either of those, we will give wrong signal to the community how actually we can do it. If we focus too much on the impact elements and don't have the science elements, we won't have the impact at the end of the day at all. So this one was the back, and now focus first briefly on the Center of Excellence program. So as I mentioned, a long history already for the Center of Excellence programs. We have had 2 programs running at the time, and always a different number of centers inside of one program. So you can see that the number of COEs has varied over the years and over the programs. In previous days, the programs were for 6 years. We made an amendment for it, so actually it's nowadays for 8 years. So 5 + 3 years is the duration of the Center of Excellence. And at the moment, 23 centers are running in Finland under this Center of Excellence scheme. What is really nice in this scheme, it's purely science-based, so really bottom-up funding scheme. So whatever research area can apply from here. Covers all the disciplines. Always based on scientific competition, so always international evaluation done to evaluate and then to select the centers. Always funding contribution also comes from the host institution side. So this is not only funding money from the academy to the center. There always needs to be investment also from the host institution side. And also, I think an interesting thing in the last amendment that we did for the program is that we tried to open up the funding scheme also for the younger generation of researchers. Since actually we noticed that we have a tendency of having a Center of Excellence leaders so that after the 8 years they will retire. And of course they are having to reflect on the environment, but still we thought that is that the right place to put the investment in? And therefore we have tried to get also younger center leaders involved and have a younger teams involved as well. And also one really important element was to, when we extended the funding period from 6 to 8, was the fact that you have the opportunity to do this kind of a high-risk, high-gain research. So you really have enough time and enough resources to take the risks. So you don't kind of do what is ordered beforehand. So you have the chance to do it really freely. So mainly the keywords in this Center of Excellence funding scheme is to raise the quality of research, renew the science, having the broader impact, meaning in the Center of Excellence scheme, impact in academia, but also to think whether there is possibility to have impact beyond academia. But you don't have to yet do it. And also to added value. So you really need to think about the elements that when you are putting together, and also people who you are bringing in, that 1 + 1 is not 2, actually it needs to be 3. So there needs to be the added element into BA Center. So from here, I don't know if it's a bit blurry, but you can actually see the centers that are running. And hopefully you will get the slides later on that you can really watch that what we have. And I think interesting is that we have here also really quite the same topics as we have heard already today, but also I think same topics that there are posters in. So I hope that you are aware of the Finnish Center of Excellences as well as a partner of a collaboration, or at least if you are not aware, I think you should check. Since we have also space here, we have a quantum physics here, we have diseases here, so we have a very same kind of a topics that you are having in the IRAP program. But I think that one difference is that we have also social science and humanities involved. So this is not only technical or medical, but we also have the SH areas involved in the program. And those and their results and impact can vary a lot from this more technical side. Then how we follow up the centers. Actually, we nominate as a council a scientific advisory board to each of the centers. And their task is to monitor and boost the science that is done in the center. So not this kind of a mean way of following, but only in positive way of following and giving feedback is the purpose of the advisory board. And they have 4 meetings during the whole duration of 8 years as a center, and they write a report of each meeting so that we know what is going on in the center. So this has been a really nice way of doing. We have an annual reporting, so each center needs to annually report their results to the academy. And then it's not said that in the beginning that if you get the status, we will give funding for 8 years for sure from the beginning. We will have the funding period, as I mentioned, is 5 + 3. So before it's the +3, we will have a midterm evaluation for the center, and based on the outcome of the evaluation, we can continue the funding with the same level, we can increase, decrease, or we can terminate the funding if we see that it's not successful. Rare cases, those terminated ones. At the end of the day, of course, final reporting and the annual seminars between the centers are important to actually exchange information and at the end of the day, even to get a new collaborator partners from the other centers. So really mixing up people in the seminars. But then, this is a busy slide, but just to show you that we also asked very same kind of indicators that you do here in IRAP. So, and especially for the centers, they are really the same, this kind of, I would say, normal, typical science indicators that they are. Here you can also see number of peer-reviewed papers. You can see the funding figures. You can see the, who are the collaborators, how many foreign collaborators they have, how many of those collaborators are new. We always ask that one as well. And based on, you can see these are 4 different centers and results of 4 different. And you can see that actually they are all a bit different since they are working in the different fields. And then at the end of the day, we can have a debate and question of whether someone is better than other only based on these results or not, since they are coming from the different fields. And luckily, some of is shaking their head, no, it's not, since it's not wise actually to compare these, since they are apples, pears, and grapes. Then to focus a bit more and give you a big background flavor for the flagships. Also, really important that they have the cutting-edge science inside of the flagships. But what is said that they need to have the impact already in there, meaning that basis on many of these flagships are the center of excellences. So they have done a long-term basic research already, and now they have come up with, and they can actually implement the impact that is coming from the research. So when they are selected and evaluated for the status, they need to have both in place. Quite often these are collaboration between business, industry, society, very different kind of actors involved in processes. And also very important, and actually this is not investment only from the academy. So investment needs to come also from the other partners that are involved in the flagships. And at the moment we have already allocated a funding contribution of 300 million euros for the flagship program. So really, I would say a huge investment from the total budget of the academy. We have 10 flagships running at the moment. And here you can actually see the leaders of the flagships. We have one flagship for gene cell nano, targeting for the virus vectors in medical applications. We have Sirpa Jalkasen's flagships, which is dealing with inflammatory diseases and drug delivery in there. Kari Alitalo's flagship dealing with cancer issues and cancer treatments. We have Jani Erola, who is building a new welfare state, meaning that that is a flagship in SH area. We have Jyrki Kangas flagship having a forest and forest harvesting issues. Geori Shanti flagship dealing with photonics and optics, so people around that pay attention to. We have Matti Latvaho's flagships in 6G, so meaning that you have 4G in your mobile, implementing 5G. They are already building the science base for 6G. We have Samuel Kaski's flagships with AI, so you know that artificial intelligence is needed nowadays in everywhere. So that is, I think, most flagship that everybody wants to collaborate with. Then we have a Monika Österberg's flagship dealing with Finceras is with the nanomaterials, so cellulose-based materials, and trying to get rid of plastic and changing it to wood-based. And then the last one is Marko Kolmala's flagship ACCC dealing with climate change and climate issues. So really, this kind of big clusters and big topics that you can see, I think, in all countries. These are not one university centers. So these are having many universities or research institutes involved in one center. So meaning that they are in a way of consortia by the basics, and then the other actors, the companies and the other players are coming along. So the funding contribution from the academy side will go to the universities and research institutes. And when they build a cluster, they need to have the ways to get the other actors involved. And based on the interim evaluation that actually we did for the running flagships, that we can see that, as we say that a small share of the money, the academy funding is the seed money, and actually you can see that the flagship money for the centers is only 3% of the total budget that they have. The biggest share comes from the host institutions, so almost 40%. But you can see that also 17% they will have EU money. They will have a 6% of the Business Finland money, 7% of the company money, and then the other sources is foundations and so on. So you can actually see that they are building on the flagship money, but having huge contributions from the others. So based on only our funding, it wouldn't be viable. And also here, you can see what kind of indicators that we follow in the flagship scheme. So you can actually see that they have produced more than 4,000 peer-reviewed articles, 764 master's degrees, 227 PhDs, over 800 new company collaborations. They actually receive 5 times more EU money compared to the academy flagship money. They have brought in 160 new startups. 200 patents, and they can calculate that even around 200 and 400 new jobs created based on this money. So you can actually see that these kind of elements, that when you bring in different kind of players, produces, of course, science, that is really important, but also produces impact, or at least means to, at the end of the day, create the impact. And therefore, this is my last slide. I think that the question remains that do we get what we measure? And does it measure guide the research? And finally, does it create the routes to impact in the long run? So I think it's really important as a funding agency to think what are the indicators that we follow and whether it will guide and direct the research and science in some way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maju. That were really heavy questions at the end. Thank you for asking them and leaving us with them. And now let me introduce you the only IRAP unit that is based in Łódź, IRAP, International Center for Research and Innovative Bio-Based Materials. It's also the unit that I am working with as a program officer, so it has a special place in my heart. And now Dr. Kumaravel will reveal the future of bio-based and bio-inspired materials.
Good evening, everyone. I am glad to share the key findings of IRAP's research on bio-based and bio-inspired materials. Materials are playing a major role in addressing the global challenges and creating a sustainable society for the future generation. There are several activities going on all around the world to develop novel materials. IRAP is one of the research centers globally. We are working on bio-based and bio-inspired materials. Our research activities are mainly centered on the synergistic aspects of biotechnology, computational chemistry, materials, and polymers. Electronics, biomedical, healthcare, and packaging are the main applications of our research. Today, I would like to discuss about the key findings of our research in waste valorization, two-dimensional materials, quantum dots, and functionalized biopolymers and bio-inspired materials, mainly for antimicrobial applications. We are involved in the valorization of various industrial and agricultural waste for various applications. There is a huge amount of brewery spent generation within the Europe. Especially most of this waste from the beer production is used for animal feeding. But this is a rich sources of biopolymers and other active ingredients, so we can effectively utilize this waste for various applications. In our research, we are successful to utilize this BSG for packaging and two-dimensional materials production. So this is a sustainable packaging material, and it will contribute to the circular economy. We have developed a multi-stage biorefinery to extract the biopolymers from this waste, and we developed two kinds of films. One is with protein lignin, and another one is the hemicellulose. Both films have similar amount of nanocellulose. If you see the physical properties of these films, the hemicellulose films are mechanically more stable, but at the same time, which is highly sensitive to water. So these kind of films can be used for detergent packaging. The other film, you can see the protein lignin film, which have high antimicrobial and antioxidant features. This can be used for packaging foods, for example, cheese or butter. The same BSG we have used to produce graphene oxide and graphene quantum dots. We used a simple catalytic oxidation and oxidative cleavage technology to produce these materials. This is economically a viable technology when compared to the conventional chemical procedures. These materials are characterized by various analytical techniques, especially the sheets-like morphology is confirmed by the FESM analysis. And also, we are investigating the functionality and the topological features of these materials through various computational studies. These materials are not toxic to the cells. We investigated it in the mouse embryo fibroblast. And also, we investigated the activity against the gram-positive and gram-negative microbes. The major goal of this research is to develop a material that could disinfect the superbugs, because there is a emergence of multi-drug-resistant infections all over the world. So we would like to develop some materials it could kill the multi-drug-resistant microbes. That's the reason we developed the efficiency against the methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. And we have used both ATCC strains as well as the strains which are collected from the actual wound specimen. And we have received a reasonable amount of antimicrobial activity. And also, we have evaluated how these materials are entering in. Very recently, we established a collaboration with the Kompania Pivovarska. This is a Asahi group of beer industries. This company is having a market share of more than 45% of beer production in Poland and Czech Republic. This is the company which is producing the most famous and delicious Polish beers. I hope most of you have tasted one of these beers. So we can do a lot of things with this waste, not only for packaging or 2D materials. So we submitted a recent Horizon Europe application with several industries and universities from Europe to utilize this BSG, brewery wastewater, and the carbon dioxide which is emitted from the beer industries to produce a wide range of biopolymers, biofuels, organic fertilizers, and other commercial building blocks in a sustainable way. So the main idea is to develop a prototype that could be installed and validated in the beer industries. So last week, I started the IRAP grant. This is involving in the valorization of carbon dioxide to produce the biopolymers. So at first, the carbon dioxide will be converted into acetate using a renewable energy-driven electrocatalytic technology. Then it will be given to the genetically modified microbes to produce biopolymers at higher quantities. This project will be executed with the synergies of computational chemistry, materials chemistry, biotechnology, and genetic engineering. We are also producing various bio-derived polymers, especially cyanophysin, bacterial nanocellulose, and polyhydroxyalkanates. We are improving the functionality of these polymers through various chemical and enzymatic modifications. This is one of our recent studies we did with bio-derived polyhydroxybutyrate, and we chemically modified this polymer with caffeic acid to improve the biodegradable and antimicrobial features. We have examined the suitability of this polymer for the long-term storage of the pork sausages against the biofilm formation. The polymer showed very good antimicrobial and antioxidant features. These are the biodegradation results. You can see the chemically modified polymer is easily degraded when compared to the pure polymer. Around 66% of biodegradation is observed within 2 months. The antimicrobial features also tested with the most common food pathogens, and we have received very good activity for the gram-positive and the gram-negative microbe. For the gram-negative, the activity is slightly lower when compared to the gram-positive. This is due to the difference in the bacterial cell membrane. So then the sausages are coated with the polymer, and we evaluated the total bacteria count for every 5 days. You can clearly see the difference of the biofilm formation between the sausage, which is not coated with the polymer, and the sausage, which is coated with the polymer. So very good anti-biofilm features are observed by this polymer. This can be effectively utilized for the sausages for its long-term storage. Dental infections are affecting millions of people all around the world. It is a highly challenging task for the dentist to disinfect the pathogens inside the tendinal tubules and the periodontal pockets. The overuse of antibiotics will generate the antibiotic-resistant microbes. So what we are doing here, we are developing injectable hydrogels with biopolymers and natural antimicrobial agents. This could be the best choice to treat the dental infections with long-term efficiency without harming the host tissues. So we developed the hydrogels with liposomes and chitosans and curcumin and tocopherol. So the impact of molecular weight also analyzed. So we have developed the materials with low and high molecular weight chitosan on the biodegradability and the antimicrobial features. The viscosity of these materials decrease with respect to the shear rate. These materials are highly injectable for the dental applications. These are the morphological features, which is highly porous in nature, which is important for the release of materials from the hydrogel for the dental infections and to impart the antimicrobial features. We have also tested the wound closure behavior of these hydrogels using human gingival fibroblast. This is important for the periodontal application. Within 2 days, successful wound closure is achieved by these materials. And the cell viability also tested with the human dental pulp stem cells. You can see the differences in the cell viability between different materials. It shows the importance of the alkyltocopherol for the antimicrobial action without harming the host tissues. We also investigated the biomineralization, which is an important feature for the bone tissue and teeth formation. So these materials showed very good biomineralization. It is also reflected in the intracellular calcium deposition. This is needed to regenerate the dental tissue. And it is also important for the odontogenic degeneration of this dental pulp stem cells. And we also investigated how these materials are killing the gram-positive and gram-negative microbes through various computational analysis. So the bioactive ingredients can be easily migrated into the peptidoglycan layer of the Staphylococcus aureus to impact the antimicrobial features. At the same time, the phospholipid layer of the E. coli will act as a barrier for these bioactive ingredients. We are also developing polymers through radical ring opening polymerization. This is a normal polymer, but a certain number of ROP units can be introduced into the polymer for its easy biodegradation. Right now, we are working with the cyclic 18 acetals to introduce the ester and thioester linkages. These polymers can be easily degraded by various chemical reactions. A recent study from the French researchers confirmed that any kind of polymer with a limited number of these monomers can be easily degraded in a home compost. These are the different monomers we have synthesized in our research. Some of the trials are ongoing, and some of them we have suspended due to the problems in the sensitivity and stability. We have an exclusive poster presentation. If you are interested in this research, please visit our posters. In the case of bio-inspired materials, we are developing pH-responsive, novel, functional hybrids with natural compounds. This material has some antimicrobial and antioxidant features. Right now, we are working in developing some kind of polymer films, especially cellulose acetate, to develop intelligent packaging materials and intelligent tags that can be used by using the fluorescence features. In the case of organic light-emitting diodes, we are developing materials with circularly polarized light. This can able to penetrate inside the tissues. These kind of fluorescent probes can be used for bioimaging applications. So we are progressing very well in this waste valorization, 2D materials, and quantum dots research. And we also faced a lot of challenges in the first few years of the project. Natalia already explained a lot. We also faced the same kind of situation. Commercializing our materials is a long journey, but ICRIBIOM is committed to making a difference in the biomedical research by developing novel materials and cost-effective technologies. We have applied for several grants, especially to modernize our facilities in printing patient-specific antimicrobial implants through stimuli-responsive materials, and also developing some kind of prototype reactors for the biofuel and bioenergy production. The most important challenge is here to completely reduce the carbon emissions in the entire value chain, and also utilizing the green solvents and green chemicals as much as possible without harming the mother nature. I'm not the one who did all this work. These are the real heroes. They performed these interesting studies. I am very glad to have a dedicated and hardworking research team in this project. I am also thankful to our International Scientific Committee members for their valuable feedback and constant encouragement in this project. So Mother Earth is the only habitable planet in this universe. we already destroyed a lot, and we are now very close to the danger zone of an apocalypse because of the huge amount of carbon emissions in these last 50 years. One of the main challenges in the front of the scientific community is to develop a sustainable society with a green economy and environment for our grandchildren. I hope the breakthroughs in bio-based materials and bio-inspired materials will definitely contribute to develop a sustainable society for the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presenting the wide range of Agribiome's activities. Do we have a question? Yes, we have, Professor Domański. No.
So I was wondering about these biogels. How long do they stay when you inject them? And did you think about delivering fluor with the gel? Because fluor is very helpful in the regeneration of teeth.
No, right now we are developing these materials only at the laboratory scale. So now, after that, we have to work with some dentists to use these materials for real applications with humans.
Do we have any other question? I can't see any. I think they will come during the break, so thank you very much, Ignash. Yes, ICTR is an international center for translational eye research, and Professor Maciej Wojtkowski with his teams aims to develop technologies for new therapies in ophthalmology. And if you think that there are not only the new therapies replacing the old ones, but also totally novel, then it's even more interesting, fascinating. And so please tell us about these new things. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So first I would like to start, ladies and gentlemen, from expressing my joy that I can spend this time today with all of you. It's really impressive to see so many faces, international community, and I would like to congratulate the Foundation for Polish Science and all my colleagues and myself for creating this environment that we could attract so many talents and also give these opportunities to these talents to develop. So I think this is a unique case in history of this country. And I'm going to show. Actually, this is one of the highest achievements of us, so maybe I should terminate here. Okay. So I'm going to show the activity of our center, International Center for Translational Eye Research. We started our activity in June 2019 with a seed financing from IRAP program. We are officially part of Institute of Physical Chemistry, Polish Academy of Science, but we have quite a large autonomy because we are registered as independent employers, so all HR businesses are completely independent from the Institute of Physical Chemistry. We have the same tax number, though. Strategic foreign partner of this project is Institute of Ophthalmology, University College London, and our strategic the scientific partner is University of California, Irvine. Sorry, not this. So this is just a small overview of our activity numbers. So we have more than 50 publications since July 2019 in quite good journals. Almost more than 100 presentations, including conferences, invited talks and seminars. And also we had 55 grant applications, already granted 12 with amount of 6 million. And, sorry, not this one. And as I was starting this presentation, this is all about people. So we have currently more than 60 people employed at ICTR. And this is, I think, one of the largest achievements that we created this opportunity for those talented and fantastic fellows that can grow and also can gain skills that are completely unique worldwide. And this expertise will pay off for themselves, but also for the environment that we are trying to create. And so today, by the way, today is the International Day of Sight. So that's the perfect moment because they were advising us that this is the best opportunity to focus on the world's attention on the importance of eye care. So at least I can focus this attention in this room, so it's not worldwide, but at least I will do my job here. And in terms of social impact, we have this movie. So can we play the sound? Maybe I can just go back.
From a tender age, I found solace and purpose in the enchanting world of cooking. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed with a relentless disease that robs its victim of their sight.
Ludzkie oko jest zupełnie niezwykłym narządem. To jest tak mocno wyewoluowany element ludzkiego ciała, nieporównywalny do czegokolwiek we wszechświecie. Naszą misją jest wprowadzanie nowych technik wspomagających terapię okulistyki.
Currently, clinics are working in the stone age of these technologies.
Fortunately, there is a ray of hope for me. I have faith in new ways to cure retinal diseases based on scientific research by ICTER.
So as we see, there is more parallel with the cooking from the first talk we had today. I'm sorry. So the eye is really a fragile organ. It's so well evolved, but there is almost a number of the entire Polish population of people worldwide that are suffering because of blindness. So in contrast to Professor Roszkowski, we are trying to look into bright, not into darkness. And the interesting thing is that the origin of most of the diseases that affect eye is still not perfectly understood. And 90% of treatments that we currently have been developed in last 3 decades. So that gives us, that gives us excellent opportunity as an Institute of Translational Eye Research to translate the knowledge that was developed during last century and now is flourishing in this area to the practical use. And especially we are focusing on new therapies that are introduced, that have been introduced recently in ophthalmology, which is regenerative therapies, protein regulators, and gene therapy, by supporting technology that we can develop to speed up the process of introduction of these new ways of treating human eye. And so just a few words about the eye and its function. So as we know, the photosensitive part of human eye is retina, which is located in the back of the eye, in so-called fundus, and is created by the few layers of or the neural circuitry. So it's just a few layers of neurons, and then there are very specialized cells called photoreceptors that are sensitive to light, and they convert the light energy into the synaptic signals that are transmitted to the brain. And all is fed by the choriocapillaries, so these vessels that deliver nutrients and oxygen to photoreceptors. And the photoreceptor is a very unique cell in human body, and it's kind of a neural cell, but with a special part of outer segments, which is composed of many membranes that have built-in proteins called rhodopsin, and these proteins are responsible for this conversion of light into the further neural signals. And the key element in this is a molecule called retinal. After absorbing the light, retinal is isomerized from cis form to trans form, and with that, it begins the cycle called visual cycle. So the process that replenishes the retinal in photoreceptors and so-called retinal pigment epithelial cells. So this is kind of recycling of this molecule that has to be all the time active and in the right isomeric form. And this process is done by a couple of biochemical reactions, including enzymes. And now in this complex process, so-called visual cycle, that can be a lot of elements that can go wrong. And one of the examples of such diseases that affect the visual process, visual cycle, are inherited retinal diseases. So these kind of diseases that are caused by the mutation of particular gene that is responsible for the expression of one of these enzymes, for example. And there are diseases like retinitis pigmentosa, Stargardt disease, Leber congenital amaurosis, and so on. And in all cultures, treating or healing people that are blind from birth with such congenital diseases were supposed to be a miracle, one of the most miraculous things that we can imagine. But these days, there is a gene therapy introduced by Lexterna that enables to heal people with congenital blindness. And our mentor, Professor Palczewski, who was co-founder of ICTER, also works on this gene therapy that enables to modify genes and heal these diseases by the CRISPR-Cas9 method with the base editing and prime editing. And they are delivering new ways of cargoes and vehicles to deliver these drugs. But there is still a lot of challenges, because there is like the important how precisely we can deliver this material to the eye. What is the immunogenicity and long-term efficacy of this process? So with that, in our institute, we are working on tools that can answer these questions and make the introduction of these therapies more reliable. So Marcin Tabaka and Magda Banachorowska, they work on single-cell RNA sequencing and transcriptome and epigenome profiling. And Piotr Rutkowski, so there is a poster of Piotr here, with Marcin, they introduce new software tools to perform this multimodal single-cell data analysis within times, incredibly fast times, dealing with hundreds of thousands of cells within a couple of seconds. My group introduced novel functional imaging technique called two-photon excited fluorescence. And with this technique, we are looking at the process, this process that I was mentioning before. We would like to install in this chemical process a camera and look at this particular moment, which is critical for this process, when the molecules are reisomerized. And luckily, in this process, there are these all retinols, these small molecules are condensed into small lipid droplets in RPE cells that can be seen by fluorescence. But the problem is that this fluorescence cannot be really, this measurement cannot be delivered in the living eye because it requires excitations with ultraviolet. But we can excite these molecules with infrared in two-photon process, and we demonstrated for the first time in the world two-photon images, two-photon excited fluorescence images of human eye. And with that, we also demonstrated by comparing with the animal models what would be the optimal spectral bandwidth for searching for this particular moment in the visual cycle. And with that, we can introduce novel instrumentation that can, in future, somehow replace the currently used systems of classical autofluorescence imaging that only can see the waste of this metabolic process in the eye, so-called dimers of vitamin A called A2E. But with our system, we can see really active elements in the vision process, so to sneak to this biochemistry of vision. But in the case where the photoreceptors are gone, because this can happen also in case of blindness, there's also possibility to photosensitize other cells, so to convert the neural cells to photoreceptors. And this is the work of Andrzej Fojk, who did the first experiments with the modified rabies virus as a delivery tool to introduce these optogenetic modifications. So you can also see more on Andrzej's work with the poster session. So achieved so far at ICTER, we have these 3 points that are, let's say, the most significant achievements, but now we are continuing to develop this new platform for tracking the efficacy of retinal therapies. So the next step is, for example, to use the 2-photon excited fluorescence imaging to track and find the biomarkers to quantify the development of diabetic retinopathy, which is the second most important cause of blindness in developed world. And this work is done by Humberto Fernandes and his group. And also you can see more on posters. And finally, we are also going toward the new robotic systems to perform very fragile surgeries on eye. And this is work of Andrea Curatolo and his group. And I will just demonstrate one movie showing the robotic arm that we are using in a little bit tricky way, because we are not using robot as an autonomous system to perform this surgery, but we are using robot as some kind of fancy joystick. So cruise control for the surgeon that can perform surgery or implementation of drugs much faster, because it will be supported by this robot, but still the person will be there. So we have already quite a nice progress in this project. There is also a poster of Karol Karnowski to present it, but we can see that we are controlling the position of the needle with this visual inspection system in 3 dimensions based on optical coherence tomography, and the operator can move this robot arm and the needle position in the eye, see that in 3-dimensionally the needle end, and then control this autonomously. So in the future, we would like to implement it with the AI systems and the supporting functional imaging techniques to see, to understand better, I mean, to make this more robust and fast. Okay, and with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. So that was perfect time. Right?
Thank you very much. What a great coordination between the 2 of us. And now we have 5 minutes for questions. Please use this time.
Oh, there are questions.
I can't see, but I trust
there
you.
are two,
yeah, okay.
2 questions.
And 2 here, okay.
Paweł Horodecki, ICTQT. Just naive outsider question. So what is, have you compared the efficiency of the 2-photon imaging to 1-photon imaging? I understand you had to do it in vitro, right? Because in vivo you couldn't do that. But what's the efficiency in terms of?
No, we do that in vivo, and that's our advantage. So we are doing this in vivo, and the efficiency is, of course, it's extremely high efficiency in terms of, you know, the molecular process, because the rhodopsin is so well-evolved structure that the cross-section for 2-photon process is really extremely high. So for safe doses of light, we can see this fluorescence in the eye. So before, everybody believed that this is impossible, right? This is just, if you use these short pulses of infrared light, then you will kill eye. But we were showing that not. So we can manage this, and we can see these signals in living eye.
And if you compare to this in vitro 1-photon, is it of the same order?
No, of course.
So what is the ratio, basically?
So I would say that this is a couple of orders of magnitude, but I don't know.
But it still
4 or
works.
5.
Yeah, but it still works.
But it still works, and this is amazing.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There were also questions somewhere here.
Yes, here.
Please raise your hand.
Thank you very much. In fact, you answered my question. I was about to ask if the two-photon excited fluorescence was made in vivo. So yeah.
Yeah. So that was my eye. That was my eye.
Yes.
So we were very excited because for first time we saw these signals. It looked like the Death Star from Star Wars. You know, it was only like the very misty shape. So we worked with this Death Star for a long time. But now we see signals very well with all blood vessels and everything, so it reminds the normal autofluorescence imaging.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There is a question.
Marek Bukowicki, Astrocent. About the robotic arm, do you consider some adaptation for hand shaking or some safety adaptation to enhance ability to operate?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for this question. So that's the idea. So this will be like really something that will help, you know, the surgeon and will be avoiding all the mistakes, right? If you go too deep, too far, so that you can destroy the tissue, right? So that will prevent that to stop you. So it's exactly like this cruise control with this automatic measure of distance between cars, right? So you feel that surgeon can do simply much more surgeries the same day without feeling fatigue. So that's the idea. And of course, but they will gain more money because of that. But this is another story.
And we still have time for one question. Are you always trying with the same eye of yourself, or with both of them?
Actually, I was not mentioning that we have a second system with so-called ORG. So one eye is for ORG, one eye is for two-photon.
Okay,
just to limit the risk. So.
To some point.
To some point, exactly.
Okay, so I can't see any other questions. So thank you very much, Professor Wojtkowski.
Thank you.
And now I have a pleasure to invite Professor Marek Żukowski from the International Center for Theory of Quantum Technologies. And Professor Żukowski will tell us what adventures the ICTQTS team embarked on.
Sorry, if you think that I'm half paralyzed, I'm not. I'm always so stressed when I see a stage. Let's say I have to control every step of mine. Okay, so it's not natural. And let's say stairs is a drama for me. Okay, so let's say I am the boss of International Center of Theory of Quantum Technologies. For Theory of Quantum Technologies, and the title of my talk is is Adventures with Quantum Entanglement and Quantum Technologies, and this is what we do. And I have a little request, because in this corner are people from my center. If you could kindly stand up and smile to everybody. So this is a very big part of my team, and it's at the first glance you see that it's very intelligent and very international. And let's say we have the mission, and our quantum center pushes the boundaries of knowledge through cutting-edge theoretical quantum research focused on the long-term development of quantum technologies. And of course, we have plenty of groups and plenty of achievements. I will tell you how many, let's say, measurable achievements we have, and so it was very difficult to choose an achievement, but I decided to talk only about one subject, which is new schemes for device-independent quantum informational processes. And this is our main promise that we gave during the application process. And of course, I will try to explain to you as much as possible of what we have achieved and what it is all about. Okay, so first of all, let's say I have to introduce a little bit the center. So we, as promised, we formed 6 groups, and it is important, so I hope that you can read the names of those groups, and one is in red because it is the last one formed. So as you see, the center is pretty fresh, and the last, for example, the quantum open systems in relation to quantum optics group was initiated half a year before the pandemics, and pandemics really affected us, and we would have produced much more without pandemics. And so the theme of the presentation was to be achievements, okay? And so that's a real trouble, because as you see, according to Scopus, so it is not my declaration, but Scopus declaration, our center exists as a possible affiliation in the list of affiliation in Scopus. We have produced 233 papers. And out of that 164, I have acknowledged the IRAP program support. So just looked, let's say that means that I'm even not able to read the titles of the papers. We also, as promised, have produced patent applications, and the last one is really fresh. I think the number 23 suggests the freshness. And all of them are related with this thing that I want to talk about. That means device-independent devices or processes in quantum information. So, okay. So we have a very strong and let's say active international scientific committee. So the committee has rebuilt our scientific agenda, and now it is based on let's say 4 legs. So and the things that we are, they introduce so-called emblematic goals. Sorry, I'm not able to control. It's worse than with my walking into the stage. Optimization of quantum setups, that's one of our emblematic goals, and unification of quantum thermodynamics, development of quantum resources, and also something that is the most exciting towards the unknown. And so these are the people, of course you've seen most of them, who form the groups. The groups, of course, are changing their personnel. People are leaving and coming all the time. We even recruited some people for the last 3 months of the financing period this month. So this is the group of Annabelle and Science. And then it is me and my group. And I will stay a little bit on what we do, because we are really very much linked with those device-independent schemes in quantum research. And what you see is a scheme of certain interferometer, which is quite often misleadingly called by many authors something that shows non-locality of a single photon. I'm very much against this phrase. And we have shown, first of all, that most of the literature on that is just pure rubbish, including entries into very well-known textbooks on quantum optics. And so, let's say the initial treatment by Tan, Walls and Collette of this type of experiments, those experiments are based on the following, oh my God. Sorry, I'm losing control over that. Okay. It is based on the following idea, that there is a single photon, and there is a beam splitter, that means 50-50 reflecting and transmitting mirror, and the photon goes either here or there, and here are so-called homodyne measurements, which means that there's a very weak essentially classical light that is also mixed with this state of the quantum state of the photon, who can be here and there, and then we observe correlations. And the initial description is as I said, basically wrong, and we have shown that it's absolutely wrong. And I have to pay a compliment to Professor Banaszek, who is also here, that the only paper that is good on that is his paper and also Hardy's paper. But others are just misleading. And so we produced a theory, and of course, then we have let's say, quantum information application for that type of experiments. They are absolutely non-classical. No classical light can produce such effects, despite the fact, and that's an interesting, sorry again. This is an interesting feature that we use such a, let's say, so coherent states, so-called local oscillators, which is a quantum light, which is as close to classical as it is possible. So, so this is, let's say, and we, as far as the application of that kind of interferometry that I'm showing you, we see it in random number generation. And now we go to the group of Łukasz. That was the last group that was formed. This is Michał Hrodecki group, quantum resources and thermodynamics, which includes collaboration of a very famous Professor Aliski, who is the precursor of quantum or a precursor of quantum thermodynamics. And this is the group of Professor Paweł Hrodecki, and that's also new quantum resources. And finally, we come to the most applied group that we have. That's the group of Marcin Pawłowski, and that's its shorter name is Quantum Cybersecurity. And they are interested in not only giving blueprints for quantum devices, but even in construction. So despite the fact that we are a theoretical institution, we collaborate with industry. And in this slide, I show you a device that has been created with the help of the Pawłowski group. And this is a random number generator, which if you have enough money, you can buy it. And the interesting fact is that thanks to the collaboration with the Chilean university, there is a joint venture, and those quantum random number generators are used in Chilean lotteries. Okay, so they have only quantum randomness is true randomness. Everything that you have in your computer is cheating. It is just algorithmic randomness. And so the Chilean lottery is one of the first that is not cheating, to put it short. And let me come to, let's say, something that is a very exciting result, which is linked with last year's Nobel Prize, also very much linked with the setup of our International Scientific Committee. And this is our approach for violating something that is called Clauser-Horn-Shimony Bell inequality. Clauser-Horn-Shimony and Holt were the authors of the first Bell inequality. And what is Bell inequality? Bell inequality is in a way a trivial inequality that shows a difference between all possible classical processes and some quantum processes for which this difference is visible. And so let me explain it to you in such a way. So imagine that this is a supercomputer, and Foundation of Polish Science gave you $1 billion for that. for that also $1 billion. Okay, and you have the most sophisticated hardware. Okay, but you play the following game that you can. The computers can share the programs, whatever, but they cannot communicate. And at certain moment, an operator puts an input which may be yes, no. This X can be yes, no. And operator of this computer puts here input yes, no. And then suddenly from here comes additional information after they did it. So it cannot be dependent on that. They are very far away. This computer is on Mars, this is on Earth. Okay? And no matter what is the power of those computers, if they are to produce, again, answers yes, no, of course, some specific functions of all that, they are not able to produce the same correlations as a source of two photons, one going here, one going there, and here being just little observation stations that measure the polarizations of the photons. And this is the quantum entanglement, something that you cannot reproduce in such a way, as I told you, no matter how much money you have. And so those two little photons carry something that is absolutely special and not reproducible by any computing things. And they are the only thing that affect those two regions. Those two regions do not have to have only those detectors and polarizers. They can have also those supercomputers. Nothing will help. Okay, so this is a very incredible power to harness. Here is a derivation of the Bell inequality that I mentioned, but if somebody asks, I will go through it. And these are the forms of the inequalities. As you see, this is one of the inequalities by Clauser, who got Nobel Prize. It is a standard inequality in probability calculus. So all that throws overboard the standard probability calculus. In quantum mechanics, it does not hold. And this is very much linked, as I said, with the last year's Nobel Prize. So here is, I think that pixels, the resolution of that is so poor. Here's John Clauser. No, sorry, yes, that's John Clauser, the one from the inequalities, Alain Aspect, who is a member of our International Scientific Committee, and Anton Zeilinger, who is also a member of our International Scientific Committee from yesterday. And the idea, okay, just 30 seconds. The idea of Pawłowski and his young collaborators is the following. It is, for those who know the field, it's very simple, but it's really ingenious. They are testing the quantum correlations. Okay, so this is very close to the source, where you don't have losses and things like that. You can have everything perfect. And then using something that is very well known, not only even more better known in other sciences, especially in biological sciences, by fair sampling, we are replacing nearby measurement by faraway measurement. And because it's fair sampling, this sample has all the features of the original sample, and therefore we can have a long-distance Bell experiment. And this is a fantastic idea for long-distance quantum cryptography.
And once again, thank you very much. Now to the microphone. I thought that I gave you additional seconds with this nice photo, and then another diagram came. That's fine.
I lost control over that.
What a surprise.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any questions?
I cannot derive the Bell inequality because it's gone. I'm not controlling this machine anymore. So.
No questions regarding quantum entanglement.
That's very strange because neither we understand it. We only use it.
Yeah. I can only say that probably won't give you $1 billion for a computer that you send to Mars.
But the Bell's theorem tells us that there is no limit of money that you can give us, and it will not help. Only 2 tiny photons can produce this effect, but you cannot reproduce it with whatever, let's say, computing power and classical technologies. And so this is a fantastic tool for creating something that is impossible.
And costs nothing.
Sorry?
And costs everything? Or costs
no,
nothing?
no. And let's say I was showing you one of the devices, the random number generator, and the cost of it is around, let's say, a few €1,000. Okay, so we have already harnessed.
That's reasonable, and I see the question.
Thank you again, Professor. I'm actually interested in that last comment you made in your presentation about the biological applications. Especially, you mentioned something related to the distance between the entities. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Okay, so the thing is that I lost control over this.
Can we
I
help?
cannot come back to my presentation,
Please
but the thing.
give control to Professor
Let's say
Żukowski.
the Bell's inequality, which is beyond everything, is derived under the condition, initial condition. Okay. Okay. Again, is derived under the condition that we have a perfect situation in which we detect all photons. Okay. And if we lose some of the photons, simply we cannot violate it anymore. The inequality, okay? And so there's a problem of losing photons if you want to have a very long distance quantum communication, okay? Quantum communication, like quantum key distribution for cryptography, is based on violations of Bell's theorem, basically, because this shows a classically impossible process. And so this fair sampling that we use kind of tests it locally, and then that's very important, via fair sampling allows it from time to time to be communicated far away. And then the 2 very distant stations of observation are guaranteed that the signal is really quantum. It's not a fake, okay? It's not that somebody sends radio signals or electronic signals.
We still have time for one question. Do we have it? There is a question. Sorry, it's really difficult to notice it from here.
Thank you. You have assistants that help you a lot to localize. My name is Maciej Zieliński from the Nomaten Center of Excellence in Otwock. I would like to ask whether your, especially the random number generator, can actually revolutionize how we do lotteries. I mean, even the national ones like Lotto or something like this. Shouldn't this device become obligatory for the operators of the lotteries?
Perhaps I will tell you, let's say, kind of dipole anecdote, okay? So, yes, I think it should be even requested by law. Okay. Because that's the only quantum, in case of quantum, the quantum coin is absolutely uncontrollable, okay? Tossing coin it's really, we just don't know the initial parameters, and that's why we think it's a random, it is a random process. Okay, so I think it should be obligatory.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Żukowski. And now we continue with another Center of Excellence from Gdańsk. And this is 3P Medicine Laboratory, which investigates role of mutations acquired during the life on age-related diseases. It's another topic that none of us can ignore. And I'd like to invite Professor Jan Dumajski to present Center's findings.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. It's a pleasure. And I start to say that I'm talking to you on behalf of all leaders in the center. So I start with a very brief, this is going too fast. I start with the introduction of these 4 groups we have in the center in Gdańsk. And our center is a collaboration between Uppsala University and the Medical University of Gdańsk. So you see here my group, and then there is a group of Professor Piotrowski, Arek Piotrowski, a computational biology group led by Jakub Mieczkowski, and we have a biobank specifically designated for studies of post-zygotic mutations, which is led by Natalia Filipowicz. And before I go into presenting you some results, I need to give you some words of introduction. So a middle-aged human body contains approximately 10 to the power of 16 of single nucleotide variants. Try to imagine this number, 10 to the power of 16, within the cells in our body. This is an astronomical number. And please remember that this is the only one type of mutations we have in our body. So in addition, there is a lot of other types of mutations. And some of these mutations will cause adverse effects, and some of them will lead to disease. There is no doubt about this. So we are dealing with the undoubtedly most unexplored aspect of our genetics with regard to post-zygotic mutation. And we have been concentrating on cancer, so mainly sporadic cancer. So sporadic cancer, which is accounting for more than 95% of all cancers. And we are focusing on studying the precancerous changes which are occurring actually in microscopically perfectly normal cells. And there is, we are sort of since some time staying in the mainstream of the research as NIH has waked up and announced the program for study of genetic mosaicism. This is a huge program, and I can say that Arek Piotrowski and myself, we have been doing this now for 15 years. So we are glad that NIH has actually recognized the importance of this problem. And I start now with the introduction to results from my group, which is dealing with the loss of chromosome Y in blood cells. So this is actually the most common post-zygotic mutation, and it is probably the most common mutation of all categories. We are working on this right now. And this is the starting point for the center from my side, along with results which I show you a little bit later. So there is a loss of chromosome Y is not neutral, is not phenotypically neutral. So you see here that there is a 5.5 years shortening of life among men who have a considerable number of LOI. This is about 15% of cells in the system, and there is also an effect on the survival curve for non-hematological cancer mortality. So this is a considerable effect which this mutation has on males. And we had a very prosperous 2 years, 2014 to 2016, where we published these 3 papers. So this one I already mentioned to you, Alzheimer's disease association between LOI and this disorder. And also important paper about smoking. Smoking actually causes LOI, and this is basically saying that smoking is far more dangerous for males compared to females. And these results were followed by numerous other papers from community showing association to basically three main types of diseases we are dying from: cardiovascular, cancer, and the neurodegeneration, so Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. And these papers are well cited, and since then until now, there is about 180 papers showing extension of our results from 2014. And this is, you know, the summary of 10 of the papers which are coming from our group during this period. So we show that there is a genetic predisposition for development of chromosome for development of LOI. We show that LOI is a dynamic mutation, so it changes with time, can go up and can go down. LOI causes global deregulation of cells of the immune system. LOI affects permeability of blood vessels. LOI modulates severity of COVID-19. So far I showed you only the chronic disorders, age-associated chronic disorder. This is the first disease, which is acute viral infections, which we know all very well. LOI has an interplay with mutation causing clonal hematopoiesis, and LOI is associated with ischemic stroke. And then we have two papers, very recent, which are showing actually that LOI is the most frequently affecting so-called T regulatory cells, T regulatory lymphocytes, in patients with cancer. And then finally, that LOI is associated and probably causing the methylation changes in immune cells. So after 10 years of research about LOI, we can conclude that LOI is not just an age-associated event, it's definitely causal for several disorders which are studied so far. And I show you now my favorite slide with a lot of bubbles. The three-dimensional volume of each of these bubbles is proportional to these population sites. And if the life expectancy of females and males would be equal, all of these regions and countries would be on this green line here, but they are actually not. They are following this black line. And this has been known for 100 years, that males are living shorter, and we believe that actually LOI, I strongly believe, and few people with me are agreeing on that LOI can actually explain this this sex disparity. And I think that this is a fairly important message. I move now to the second group, which is the group of the deputy director, who is also sitting here, Arek Piotrowski. Arek Piotrowski and myself, we published in 2015 two papers showing that normal cells in the breast are actually not perfectly normal from the genetic point of view. They do have mutations which are outside the tumors. And these two publications, together with my publication in the LOI, were actually the founding pillar of the application which we made. And Arek has followed this very carefully. This is the most recent paper showing mutations in two genes which are well known for causing tumorigenesis, PIK3CA and TP53. So there's no doubt about the negative effect of these mutations in this gene on cells. And what has been shown here, and that these are actually detectable in the normal, perfectly normal cells from the margin of the breast when a surgeon is operating on the breast cancer. So there is this general trend in the treatment of breast cancer that more and more treatment is being done by breast conservative surgery. And the surgeon actually doesn't know if he is removing all those cells which have mutations and oncogenic potential. And this is the most important kind of message from this paper. I show you here another very recent, not publication, but submitted manuscript where we have been able to determine the gene expression signature in perfectly normal mammary gland of breast cancer patients, and we have been very much concentrating on the group of patients which have a very poor prognosis. And we have been actually able to link this gene expression signature to elevated mortality in this group of patients. So you see here the principal component analysis where tumor cells are clustering in different cluster, control cells from mammo reduction are clustering differently, and these cells from the margin of the breast are clustering differently. I think that this is potentially very important message for the clinicians, because we have to in the future take into account what is the mutational status of normal breast cells in the body. I move now to the Jakub Mieczkowski's group. So Jakub Mieczkowski has his group. He's good in bioinformatics and statistical analysis. And this is an example of a new method, so Visium spatial gene expression, where we have been using samples from postmortem brains of patients with Alzheimer's disease and normal controls, and have been able to design a new algorithm or a new method for consecutive slice data integration. And this is important in the analysis of brains, where there is huge differences between the sizes of nuclei in this tissue. And this is an example of kind of translational research, improving of the methods, and one of the pipelines which we established in our center. And I show you another example of a kind of translational research. This is a paper which is describing a very unusual boy with a quite rare genotype. So our center is located in the hospital area, and very often it happens that clinicians are coming to us with different questions when they would like to get help with using the cutting edge technology to answer this clinical question. And this male has 50% of cells in his body with 45X, and 48XYY are in the remaining about 50% of cells. So we applied sorting procedures, FACS sorting and single cell analysis. And basically the message here from this particular publication is that this guy has to be treated in a special way by the healthcare system, because he is running at the risk of hematological cancer later in life. And I finish this by saying a few words about the biobank. So we have been working very hard to develop a biobank throughout Poland. So this is a procedure of dispersed biobanking, where we are using multiple hospitals, and this collection has resulted in both the data from patients, samples, and also the computer software, which is actually helping us to gather all this information. And currently we have in our biobank more than 4,300 donors, and we have more than 45,000 of samples. So this is quite a unique biobank in that terms that we are collecting at least 10 samples from each patient from different tissues, which is very useful for studies of post-zygotic mutations. And this is the same information, but per diagnosis. So you see the breast cancer is is dominating here as a diagnosis. And if you ask me personally, I would say that this is our greatest achievement. This biobank, because of, first of all, that we have been able to perform this in quite difficult environment of Polish bureaucracy. And second is that this biobank will live for at least 5 to 10 years ahead of today, when we collect a little bit more of the follow-up data on the patients. This will lead to very important publications in the future. And I finish this by thanking the group and the people from Uppsala University also who were involved from the group, which is over there. This is an absolutely perfect combination of great minds, handsome men, and many very beautiful women. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this wrap-up. And now it's time for the questions from the audience. There is a question. Oh, here, sorry. You were about second, okay?
Hello, I'm Sachin Kote. I'm representing a clinical peptidomics group at ICCVS, Gdansk. I mean, this is you have a huge data set at the blood bank, biobank. I have two quick questions. I was curious also to see the breast, this data what you have shown in breast cancer, but I understood this is a genomic level data. Have you seen the expression in terms of phenotypic expressions like proteomics data?
So this is not only genomic, there is both genomic and expression okay. Analysis. So we're working on parallel, on multiple levels actually in this project. So I show you just a selection of the results from Arek Piotrowski group on breast cancer.
Okay, and the second quick question regarding this biobank, do you also collected blood, serum or plasma, anything?
Yes, yes, we collect of course blood, plasma, serum. We are thinking about collecting also urine from patients with the prostate and the urogenital cancers. Yeah, so we have collected everything what is possible to collect today using the standard ethical approvals.
Great, thank you so much.
There was a question.
Hello, thank you for the nice talk. Regarding the biobank, I'm here.
Where are you? Here. Okay.
So regarding the biobank, do you have any statistics of the demography that you have for this? And are there other studies being done with different, maybe in a different country of a similar kind, where the demographics are different for the biobank?
So we are quite unique in the world with this biobank, where we are collecting so many different pieces of different tissues. So I am not aware of any other biobank which is doing this on this scale. So I mean, all our patients are actually coming from Poland. They represent, Caucasian population which is living in Poland.
Okay, thank you.
There is a question, Professor Knapp.
Completely out of the subject, but I had a family treatment and I traveled with somebody all over the world to try to cure him. And I'm astonished that you have to create a bank, whereas already 10 years ago or 15 years ago in California were another bank of data of cancer. So is there any collaboration between these banks? Or each country have to create its own bank for the studies? It's a kind of international disagreement or not sharing data?
So there is an exchange of data between biobanks, but one of the reasons why we wanted to create this biobank was that we didn't want to follow the other biobanks in the past. Because I usually say that the biobanks usually create a collection of samples for the research of yesterday. We would like to create samples for the research of tomorrow. And that's why we get through a lot of trouble, you know, trying to collect this many different samples from the same patients. So there is little exchange between biobanks, but yes, there is a lot of repetitiveness between different countries.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other question? Yeah, we have to, actually, so please go on.
I would like to ask about regulatory T cells, because you mentioned...
Which cells?
Regulatory T cells, because
Okay.
you mentioned that you see the loss of chromosome Y in these cells in cancer. If it is not still confidential because it is under review, as you mentioned, can you comment?
Actually, it's not confidential. You can see these papers in the med archives.
Okay, so can you comment what is the change in the function of the cells, or maybe you didn't check this, maybe there's
We
a
checked
change?
that. There is an increase in the immunosuppressive functions. So several checkpoints are being decreased in the normal functions. So there is an effect on both PD-1 checkpoint, but also other checkpoints.
Thank you.
And I should say that this is possible to develop drugs.
But this is the change in the phenotype, not in the function.
Change on the
not
cellular
indirectly.
level on the RNA expression level.
But you didn't perform functional tests of these cells?
Not yet. We are performing this. We are in the process of doing this.
Thank you.
It's a question for me.
Yes, Professor Żylic.
Okay. Okay. I just heard a few months ago a lecture from Göttingen, Max Planck director in Göttingen, that she discovered that women are losing X chromosome.
Yes.
X chromosome, or maybe somebody else discovered, but at least I remember that she discovered it after 30 years old. So could you comment this? Comparing the situations that the men are losing the chromosome after 60 years old.
So yes, females are losing chromosome X, but this is very rare. So it's about 20 to 30 times less frequent than loss of chromosome Y. And regarding that males are losing chromosome Y after 60, that's actually not true. We are actually now performing a study of people starting at 45 years and up. And I can tell you that every male among those 45 and up, when you look at them with the single cell resolution, single cell sequencing of RNA, every male have LOY. So this is extremely common mutation. The importance is to know in which cells is this LOY occurring and what, there seems to be a cell specificity. So T regulatory cells in the cancer, monocytes for cardiovascular problems, and NK cells and microglia in the brain seems to be steering towards the neurodegeneration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and comments after that. And now it's time for the last presentation of the IRAP Center of Excellence for today. And quite paradoxically, it's MACTOP, International Center for Interfacing Magnetism and Superconductivity with Topological Matter, the unit that was founded first. And Professor Dietl needs microphone. Okay, it's there. So please welcome Professor Dietl, a pioneer among IRAP directors.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you very much for being here, and good evening to everyone. I would like to present MACTOP as a vibrant and friendly institution, combining materials development with experimental and theoretical research, and we enjoy extensive international collaboration with both academia and industrial partners. We are from 14 countries, located at 4 continents. And importantly, since beginning, we have 6 teams, and the 6 team leaders are all employed by MACTOP in 100%. It's kind of characteristic to MACTOP. Our International Scientific Committee chair is Lawrence Molenkamp, who is director of newly created Institute for Topological Insulator in Wiesburg. And of course, we have 10 other very distinguished scholars on our international scientific committee. So far, we have published about 250 papers with acknowledged to program, and all are open access through archive. We have 6 European patent applications, 3 US companies. We have 1 market product, and we promoted our results at many conferences around the world. We distinguish on our webpage 23 research highlights and 4 development highlights. And a recent one, coming from this year practically, are presented in 6 posters, and 3 of them I will outline in my presentation. What we are doing? We explore, interface, and functionalize Dirac, Weil, and Majorana fermions in material with robust boundary states. These states can live on the surface of 3-dimensional material, or at the edges in 2D case, or at the end in 1D situation. And the question is how these robust states appear. What is special about materials in which we have these boundary states? Here we can give one example, how they appear. We all know from chemistry that typically cation S states are above anion P states. But in some material built of heavy elements, relativistic term shifts these S-type states below P-type states. And we think now about how to make stitching of the wave function in such abnormal, this inverted band structure. We end up with the conditions that there is this edge states which are gapless, and therefore if Fermi energy is between a conduction and valence band, all properties of a material are determined by this boundary states. In case of 3-dimensional case, we have at the surface these gapless states, and they are in form of surface Dirac cones. And we spend a lot of time very much interested in what happens if we interface these Dirac cones with metals, with magnetic metals, with superconductors, with insulator, amorphous material. And here you have an example, for instance, with magnetic metal. Here you have another example, what happens if we put heavy metal which is superconductor, and you see that we have gap appearing, or we have new states which show up. So there is a lot of physics which is partly explained in one of our posters, but it's certainly very relevant to physical and chemical properties of these materials. Now, we move from Dirac. As you know, Dirac invented his equation, famous equation 28, many years ago, more than 100 years ago, and just 1 year later, Weil asked a question, what would happen if we have fermions with 0 rest mass? And he found that there is a very interesting relation between momentum, linear actually, momentum and energy. And in addition, a special spin arrangement versus momentum makes that we have 2 kinds of this hypothetical, not discovered yet, fermions, left and right-handed. And now, what happens if we put into the magnetic field such fermions? In case of standard electrons, which we know, electron, positron, we know that there are Landau levels. We know that the electrons circulate in direction perpendicular to the magnetic field, but can move freely along or in direction opposite to the magnetic field. And the case of this Weil material situation is different, as discovered some 40 years ago, that we have such a situation. The left-handed Weil, hypothetical Weil particle move only in direction opposite to the magnetic field, whereas this right-handed move along the magnetic field. And we call this chiral anomaly, which looks as curiosity. But it's not curiosity because our so-called Weil semi-metal, in which recently it was discovered that quasi-particle, in this case, behaves just like Weil predicted for the 0 mass fermions. Importantly, they appear in pairs. So we have left-handed, right-handed Weyl fermions. And if we apply now along the magnetic field temperature gradient, we have different occupation of these two branches. And we can start by heat conductance. And you can go to poster to see that we measure heat conductance of this chiral fermion. And we can explain them. This additional heat conductance quite nicely. Now, third particles I would like to discuss, the Dirac Weyl. We move to Majorana. Majorana was proposed in 1937. Torre Majorana asked the question, could we have particles which are equal to their antiparticles? We know that we have electron and positron. We have proton, antiproton. But he asked the question whether it's possible to have particle which is identical to its antiparticle. This is very interesting, but because if this would be the case, we will have no dephasing because it must be represented by real function. And much later, it was proposed that the Majorana does not exist in nature. Nobody found them. But if you take wire, semiconductor wire, put in contact with superconductor, and also with something which break time reversal symmetry, magnetic field magnetization, you end up with situations that you have this Majorana fermion in your nanowire. Interestingly enough, half of Majorana fermion is here, half here, and therefore they do not expect decoherence. Everybody who is interested in quantum computing knows that decoherence is killing quantum computation. So having such Majorana fermions with no local decoherence is very attractive for quantum computation. It was several papers claiming discovery of this Majorana fermion. Two sciences were withdrawn. One Nature was withdrawn. Many physical letters were withdrawn. So situation now, people say, there is evidence of elusive Majorana particle which dies, but still people believe that computing hopes for topological quantum computation. What is our contribution? We believe that this nanowire which was taken before should be replaced by different nanowires made of topological crystalline isolator for experts, and such wires are indeed produced, and we developed theory for them showing that indeed Majorana fermions should show up. As far as another contribution, there is interesting prediction of Magtop that if you put to this magnetic isolator, which encircles nanowire, microwave field to induce so-called ferromagnetic resonance, you find that charge is not quantized, but spin current is quantized. Of course, it's something for experts, but big problem, and because of this withdrawing of papers, this problem was that there are many, many things which behave a little bit like this Majorana, but they are not Majorana. Here it is shown that only Majorana give quantized spin current, other quasi-particles do not. So this is very interesting theoretical prediction which we are very excited about. Now I mentioned title of my talk that we are interested in quantum resistance standards and why we need them. Well, some of you remember from school that in Sèvres, near Paris, there's 1 meter standard, kilogram standard, but this is obsolete. Nowadays, we change way we approach this international system of units. We fixed frequency of transition cesium atom, we fix velocity of light, and we fix Planck constant and charge value of electron. Why we did that? Why we could do that? Because there are two beautiful quantum effects which can translate quantum world, nanoworlds, towards macroscopic world. So we can construct quantum kilogram, quantum ampere, without this 1 meter, 1 kilogram, and so on. Yeah? And if you are interested in Josephson effect, you can go to poster number 17, I will discuss quantum Hall effect. Here, well, for some of you, this 8 digits and so on looks like something for hobbyists, for some enthusiasts. But let me recall that due to the fact that we learn to measure time with that accuracy of 10 nanoseconds, corresponds that in our GPS, we are located with 5 meters. So this game with numbers is not just for enthusiasts. And a very interesting discovery, now very old, from 80, was that if you take special kind of sample, two-dimensional material, actually it's the same samples which you have 1 billion of them in your handy, just two-dimensional transistor, and put to strong magnetic field, you find that the resistance, just the ratio of voltage and current, is in some region of magnetic field or gate voltage quantized with very nice precision. And then it was discovered that you can do that in topological ferromagnetic semiconductors, but instead of applying magnetic field, you have to have non-zero magnetization produced by this ferromagnetism, and also without magnetic field, you can have this edge states where quantization is expected. What am I, oh, maybe one more, sorry. One more information here, that if we have this and that effect, electrons move in one direction. We have chiral current. We have chiral current here, but not here. Here, for specialists, since we have no magnetization, no magnetic field, time reversal symmetry requires that we have one state going in one direction, another going in another direction. We call this helical states. And now, what you see here is this beautiful quantization in graphene, for instance, in case of quantum Hall effect and strong magnetic fields with large accuracy. You shift gate voltage and move Fermi energy in the gap between Landau level, and in this region of gap, you have this beautiful plateaus. The same you can do in this ferromagnetic topological semiconductors, and again, you have very nice accuracy, 10 to minus 8, if you switch by gate voltage change position of Fermi energy, where are electrons between conduction and valence band. But if you move to this helical stage, to this quantum spin Hall effect, situation is lousy. You see that plateau exists, but far from precise. And here's our PhD student work. Here's famous Molenkamp results. And question was, what is going on? Why we do not observe exact quantization here? And first, which we noted that the fact that we have plateau, that is switch Fermi energy here, and we have this plateau, means there must be some states in the band gap due to impurities and defects which pin the Fermi energy. Otherwise, from well-known formula, we will have just jump of the Fermi energy from valence to conduction band, and we would see nothing. So there are these impurities. And if there are these impurities in case of this helical states, it could be scattering, spin up, go spin down and move opposite direction, and Hall localization acceptor spin go from down to up. And putting numbers to that, theory is a little involved, we demonstrated without adjustable parameters that 1 micron sample give more or less good quantization, but bigger sample give very poor quantization, order of magnitude larger resistance than expected, exactly what is observed experimentally. So to summarize our results presented in my talk and poster, our results are important for spintronics. Dissipation as current can be generated by edge states for quantum computing, prospect for Majorana fermions, and for metrology, understanding quantum Hall effects. Also new developments like chiral anomaly in heat transport I was discussing, and I have not discussed surprising topological state in open systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very energetic presentation that we definitely need during this afternoon slum. Do we have questions? There is a question.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Why Majorana fermions are located at the end of nanowires, not in the center of them?
Yeah. So a good $1 million question. As you know, Kitaev, who discovered that, got, actually not true, he got 3 million prize for showing that Majorana fermions are localized, half of them in one corner, one end, and another half in another Z. And therefore, non-local decoherence disappear. So this, of course, a very good question, but you have to go to 50 pages of Kitaev paper and you will find the reason.
Any other questions? Maybe we'll have more luck with an answer. Here is the question.
So, is your conclusion about this resistance standard with topological mercury telluride is that it will never exist, or it's enough to make it from micrometer to nanometer size?
No.
Or it's forbidden because
maybe 2 weeks you will read our archive paper where we show that you have to go mercury telluride doped with chromium or vanadium, and then you will have quantum anomalous Hall effect, and you will have beautiful resistance standard.
Better than von Klitzing?
For the moment, von Klitzing is order of magnitude better. That, but you know, time comparing 80 when quantum Hall effect was discovered compared to 2013 when quantum anomalous Hall effect was discovered means that there is a lot of room to improvements in anomalous quantum Hall effect.
Okay, so good luck for presenting better than von Klitzing and going to Nobel Prize then.
By the way, as you know, 70 years of our institute is in 1 week, and Klaus von Klitzing and Lorenz Mollenkamp will be on the event. So if you want to hear his opinion about that or Mollenkamp's opinion, come to our institute.
I will ask the same question.
Do we have any other question? So I think that concludes the second session. Thank you very much, Professor Date. I'm sure there is food for thought and lots of subjects to talk about during the coffee break that starts now. Also an open poster session. And the break will last until 5:45. So it's roughly 50 minutes. Yes. And we will now start the last session. Thank you to all of you who are already ready for it and seated. That's really appreciated. We are also very happy that there are some lively discussions by the posters. Really, that's definitely the core of this conference. But if you could stop it for just a half an hour, then pause it, then you will be able to continue it soon. So welcome to the last official part of the conference today. I know we are all tired, but I also know that our offer, our current offer, for the current programming period is a hot topic. For some time now, we have already talked about what we are planning to do, and now finally it's time to talk what we already started doing. And my colleague Michał Pietras, Director of the Program Division at the FNP, will introduce you to our new and our revamped programs.
Thank you.
I won't be long because we have a dinner ahead and we have, and again, discussions about posters. So please let me introduce this couple of information about our new programs. The programs funded through structural funds, as usual, as the same IRAP scheme. This time, the programs are funded through the new operational program, Smart Growth, which is a new financial perspective of the EU funds for Poland. Theoretically, everything starts this year, and it happened that we've already published 3 calls, in fact, this year. So, and closed down 2, IRAP and proof of concept. And still this program called First Team still open yet a couple of days ready to apply. So going back again and starting from International Research Agenda, about the continuation of our International Research Agenda program, we prepared a new scheme which is also for scientists and group of scientists as the previous International Research Agenda. And in the same principle that the topics have to be of greatest global interest. And the aim of our International Research Agenda program is the same as it was, to build scientific centers of excellence, which will be governed and supervised by international committees, international scientific committees. The scientists from all over the world will be welcome to come and work in the centers. And we will foster also very much the cooperation, with culture of cooperation with industry. And as the same, this perspective, we will also co-fund or with complementary funding, teaming of excellence. So all those projects, and we know that many of you have already applied to Teaming for Excellence, and some of you we expect to be selected soon. So we will also put these funds from this program to those winners of Teaming of Excellence of Horizon Europe. We provide in the grants also for research equipment, and this would be hopefully easier than in the previous perspective. Develop international institutional cooperation, it would be the same aspect as before. And what are the features? The features are roughly known to all of you, that the evaluation has several steps, several phases. And we also do midterm evaluations. All recruitment of the leaders have to be done by International Scientific Committee. And this, for the implementation of every project, has to be a specific units created at your host institutions. And the agreement with foreign center is also a requirement, because this Center of Excellence as Teaming for Excellence are based on institutional cooperation with the foreign partner. Allocation this time is a little bit lower than previously. Initially, I hope, maybe in time, we will increase that. However, for the present situation in the smart growth, we are allowed to spend 100 million euro, which roughly represents this figure. And the funding will be probably enough only for 12 projects in this present period of funding. And as I said before, this equipment will be also possible to buy. And I'm not, yes, here. Research equipment in the grant will be included which is a little bit different than before. However, it has to be included in the research proposal, initial proposal, up to 20% of grant. And the funding will be for 5 years. There is no requirement. There is a quite different requirement than before, because now at least 2 research group leaders have to apply. 20-30 million is also a little bit different than before, because last time we talked about 35 millions as average. And indirect cost will be 25% as was before. However, VAT will be ineligible, 100% ineligible, so there will be no discussion about this anymore. So that is about the continuation about international research agenda. Now I will direct your attention to proof of concept, because proof of concept is a small grant which by its name shows that it is copy a little bit of ERC proof of concept principle, that it is for every scientist who have already got their results, ideas, and they are about to want to verify the hypothesis and make the approach towards future application. And this is a long way, obviously, however, quite obvious, because we want to make the use of the previous results from whatever grants before. And this, the aim of the grant will be verify the concepts and the commercial potential of the project, of the research, previous research results, testing, experimenting, and obviously doing that in having in mind the market, close market relationship, and bridging the gap between your research and the market. We will build also intellectual and competences in intellectual management, property management, and commercialization strategy. And by this way, we also want to introduce a new way of developing scientific career in Poland, because some of your team members may be leaders of these projects, may be main applicants for this POC. Some of your young team members may apply based on the results you've already made. And as the result, there may be all sorts of other outcome which will be a normal way of going to market with your results, either through licensing, assignment, collaboration, and so on. And as the foundation of Polish science is concerned, in every of our programs, we always stress very much the originality and up-to-date of originality of your results. Novelty means, in this sense, that this is still not necessary, not published. However, it has to be timely and has to be original. It has to be timely for the application. Market value of the proposed results versus state of the art is also a criteria, because we will see whether the applicants are aware about the state of the art, and whether they have any idea how to disseminate and commercialize perhaps future outcome if everything goes well. Allocation for this program is 100 million, roughly 100 million Polish zloty, which, because this funding is not huge for each program, it's approximately until 160 projects possibly to be funded. One project would be up to 700,000 Polish zloty only, but only for 12 months. So it makes it is to be only very short operation. VAT will be not eligible, and however, there is a very easy and very simple model of funding, of cost model, because it would be only personal cost plus 40% of flat rate. There will be no invoices, no other expenditure in the reports. There will be only flat rate. First team, this is a scheme which sounds very similar to what we've operated before under the present program, like in the past, because it is the first team is for young leaders who want to set up their groups. And in this case, in this program, in this course, we have chosen to do the limits to 12 years after the PhD. Regardless whether you've already done your first group or not, whether it is really your first group or second or third, if you are up to 12 years, it's fine to be an applicant. As usual, breakthrough scientific research proposal has to be provided. And the idea how the research team will operate, because this is the funds for really set up a group, set up a real team, and obviously invite talents to do this job and to build their careers. And we will also want to foster very much the ideas for new proposals to ERC, because it is the same age group as for the consolidator and ERC consolidator. So we believe that we help these scientists really establish the time frame, how long the proposal is about. However, after 18 months of the project, every project, we introduce the midterm evaluation, just to talk with the beneficiary and give him advice and recommendations. The funding is not bad because it would allow for 60 projects for at least 3 or 4 calls, I think. In total, 60 projects. We say last approximately 4 years because, as I said before, there is no limit in the application form for the long length of the project. And however, the limit is for funding is up to 4 million of Polish zloty. Research equipment, as I said, up to 25%. However, indirect costs are not huge because it's only calculated out of the personnel costs and up to 15% of the personnel cost. VAT eligible under national legislation because we don't want to control the VAT question and issue. It is up to the beneficiary to do it according to their own procedures. Team net, this is another idea to foster tech transfer. Another idea to foster tech transfer for research organizations. So for public domain, for the state domain, for universities and institutes. However, in the net means that we want at least 3 institutions, not at least, 3, up to 3 institutions to operate together. And this is a new exercise because it would be 2-3 groups in 2 or 3 research organizations. We also noticed that there is very difficult to organize formal and fruitful cooperation between teams in research organizations. And we want to introduce this scheme to show that it is possible, it's operational, and it's also fruitful because we want to introduce a very clear scheme for tech transfer. So the objective of the proposal is to prepare a solution ready for the market. It has to be innovative product, service, or technology, which is the center and the subject of the proposal. as I said, it has to be real cooperation of research organizations and teams, including interaction with markets. So we will fund within this net also position for the interaction with the market, and from the management of assets and controlling, as we learned today, controlling your assets. And the consortium agreement will help, and we work on this consortium agreement so that it will represent the best practice from some of other partner organizations we've got. There are some additional, obviously, issues that initially, as in the consortium agreement, the research organizations have to agree about what is the background they leave for this project and they make for this project, and they have to agree that one of these institutions will be lead exploitation party. We have only 3 defined areas where we will do the call, so this is a sort of top-down, however very broad, because it would be area of health, environment, and industry for 0. The consortium leader will represent the whole groups. However, all groups have to be determined from the beginning. Lead exploitation party, as I said, is a new concept in the consortium agreement, new for us anyway. So we will be also assisting that and through the contract. Or how to operate this way, and that would be midterm evaluation, because it is very much focused also on the progress. And in this particular program, in every of our programs, this perspective, we have the clause in the agreements, in the funding agreements between the foundation and the beneficiaries, that at this stage of midterm review, of midterm evaluation, in any case, we may terminate the contract. So in this particular case, in TeamNet proposals where everything has to go smoothly towards the milestones and market, we will definitely use this clause from the contract. However, this will be we got quite a large amount of money, because 178 million, meaning that 15 consortium projects can be funded. According to the recent adjustment to the funding of one consortium, we probably may fund more than that, 17 or 18 probably. However, only in those 3 big areas and in this particular shape. That it would be 4 years with possibility of extension if it's necessary, 8 to 12 million. That is what new adjustment to this, so it makes that we may fund up to 18. This way of funding is again very simple, because it's only direct cost of personnel plus 40% of flat rate, and VAT eligible according to the local way of accounting. Prime project. Finally, this is not our program which we operate as an intermediary body, because up to now, all our programs we operate as intermediary body of funds. This prime project we operate as beneficiary. And I am very happy that we are here and our partners from Konferencja are with us today, Fabio and Dr. Fabio Branchi and Dr. Hamish McAlpine. Welcome. Obviously, our colleague, Dr. Marcelina Firkowska, is the head and lead of this project from our side. This is a new ideas for all of you, for all of your groups, for yourself, for young members of your group to enter this project and to respond to our offer, because we will offer
two things. We will be focused on researchers, scientists, students, PhD students in research organizations. And the offer will be basically to them because they are owners or creators of the results, of the knowledge. And we will also introduce so-called business leads who will be cooperating with research teams. And this is very important that we learn, that we create a team for the sake of changing the mindset again, learning how to use, how to disseminate and explore your ideas, your results, in order to go to market. And we do it through trainings, workshops, and all sorts of support. We'll build skills of those research groups and also their business leaderships. We will provide professional business mentors. Konferencja will provide, namely. And we will also help the groups with the financial and non-financial support under grants and under direct participation in training. However, this is very important point of this exercise is that the product has to be during this time developed and technology ready and the products ready to go to market. And in the final stage, not for everyone obligatory, however, there is a stage of creating spin-offs and facilitation of acquisition of the next round of funding. And this will be phases because initially we asked the teams to create themselves, to choose themselves, to organize themselves. And during the phase 1, we will do this for research groups, and we will do matchmaking with business leads. In the second phase, it is the time where there's a really grant. We provide grants for the groups and for the business leads to act synergically towards developing really the business model. And the spin-off phase 3, is also grant, de minimis state aid for 12 months with possible prolongation for the development of the product within the company already. This is good to incubate some ideas, as we've also heard. So this program is just to incubate the ideas, to create teams and knowledge. Individual teams will be supported at least 6 months. If they enter the program, they will for first phase will be 6 months. If they stay for the second phase, it will be 18 months. And the program progress is obviously the main reason why they are supported so long. We will assist with all sorts of evaluations during this progress, and we organize demo days in terms of also helping those people to present their ideas, not only between us, between scientists, between the community, however, also to the market. And it has to be combined with intensive training. And one of the training would be definitely in Poland called one way of boot camp, and one way of this training would be also based on the experience of our experts and partners in Oxford. And obviously we require that the host institution of the applicants will also be ready to follow suit the progress and to eventually lead this team to the successful tech transfer. We got 146 million. We didn't sign the contract yet. However, this money is allocated for this program, And will allowed us to train and grant at least 120 teams and at least 30 spin-offs between the years 2024, hopefully soon, to the end of the perspective, so meaning 2029. And again, it is the support will be through grants, and the grants will be mainly focused on paying the time of the people, so covering their salaries, and also involving a little bit of the tech transfer staff of the host institutions, because you don't want to do it separately of the mainstream of the university. So the TTO staff has to be involved from the beginning and also take part in training. And so we will support this. And again, for the spin-offs, we will grant the minimis. And this is obviously very short presentation of everything, not much detail. This, unfortunately, for everything is very long documentation on the web. You have to read, and especially the criteria, and the process, also the contracts. You may follow us on media, and Fundusze Europejskie meets European funds. It is official presentation led by the ministry, so that's why it's in Polish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michał. I'm sure you answered many questions, and I hope you didn't provoke too many new ones. But this was the conclusion of the first day of the International Research Agenda's scientific conference. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. with the last keynote speech, followed by the panel discussion, and then a further presentation of IRAP units. Thank you for being with us today. And more activities can and do happen online, such as our online streaming, but there are still some things that are possible only in physical absence. The dinner has been served. Bon appetit, and I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you very much, and goodbye.